There we go. Sorry about that. Hi, guys. Didn't realize I clicked over just a tad too soon. This is Ballads at Midnight. You play as a bard who has been sentenced to an abandoned castle for some crimes you committed. In that castle, though, there is a very bored vampire. I don't know much else about the story other than that. But you basically are surviving on borrowed time. So let's see how the story unfolds tonight. With some just relaxing music and some good vibes. Feel free to lurk, chat, and ask questions. I will happily answer when I look at chat. So without further ado, let's get into the hauntingly beautiful music of Ballads at Midnight. My wrists itch. My stomach is churning and empty. My legs are sore. The swath of hemp fabric strung taut around my cheeks, tied in a knot behind my head, is chafing against the corners of my mouth. Hello, sad. How are you today? There's bitterness on my tongue. I idly wonder if it's a taste of regret. My two armored escorts ride ahead of me, exchanging hushed words. I make a short, unhappy noise to contribute to the conversation. They ignore me. Pockmarked guardsman. But are you sure, sir? Really, are you? Shouldn't we stop and make camp before sundown? The younger guardsman is jittery and demanding, with a stooped posture that reminds me of a rat. His round face is marred and pockmarked, and worry lines. No need. We're making good time. The other guard is old and large as the cavern wall, as large as a cavern wall, has a deep, crusty voice, well suited for his frame. I once saw him struggle to fit through a door. The pockmarked guard glances towards the horizon line, gritting his teeth. But, sir, enough. We'll be rid of her today. Be rid of me? Like being rid of some piss-stained rug? How rude. What did I ever do to warrant such objectification? Feeling vexed, I continue to groan and yowl against the hemp between my teeth. It's inarticulate and far from the most graceful sound I've ever made, but I made it sound increasingly urgent. Noise and more noise. One of them pulls the reins on his horse, dismounting with a dull armored clatter like a rattling dish cabinet. It's the younger one. Good. He approaches me, muttering swears as he reaches back to yank the gag from my head. What? Convict, what is it now? Oh, good. Let's see. Most people buy me a drink before they bring out the gag. Hold on, do I have this? Interesting. Okay. You're all ingrates. You hear me? Low-browed, barbaric boneheads, the whole lot of you. Will you make her stop? What did you ungag her for? I'm sorry. You'll all be sorry. The pockmarked guard whirls on me, exasperated. Convicts, stop, you'll attract wolves. My screams die down, only slightly. Gods, you really haven't learned your lesson? What's wrong with you? He almost sounds amazed. If my hands were untied, I'd twirl my wrist and do a curtsy. But because my hands are tied, I decide to get in his face. What's wrong? I wager you know exactly what's wrong. I was under the impression we've moved past ritualistic sacrifice as a civilization. You see? I thought we were better than all this. Yet here you knuckleheads are, dragging me through the woods to feed me to a god-forsaken vampire. I stomp on a branch when I get close enough. The ensuing crack obscures the sound as I unsheath the dagger from his belt. I palm it under my sleeve in a quick motion, hoping my ruse goes unnoticed. The guard stumbles away from me. He draws his sword to keep me at bay, snarling. You keep away, you heretic. Don't come near me. I raise my bound wrists in front of my chest, widening my eyes to look appropriately frightened. And I still have his dagger. By the time he clambers back onto his horse, his older companion extends his arm and smacks the back of the young guardsman's head. Idiot. Now we have to listen to her bellyache for the rest of the journey. Do we? The younger guard rubs his head, sounding defensive. She's caused nothing but trouble. Why not slit her throat and be done with it? Let the wildlife take care of the remains. Ah! The old guard hits him again. I'd find humor in this slapstick routine if they weren't discussing my imminent demise. Shush, boy. We carry Her Majesty's orders to the letter. You and I, no shortcuts. You know the severity of our laws. Underhanded practice will cost you your damned hands. The pockmarked guard hunches further at the shoulders. His eyes dart around like he wants to argue, but begrudgingly clamps his mouth shut. I, on the other hand, have dodged the penchant for making my observations known, and am blessed with quick retorts. Or is it just the cost of the fingers, if you're lucky, I notice our wise old man here is missing a digit or two. I raise my restrained palms, wiggling my fingers. They glower balefully at me. I've seen actual battlefields, harlot. Do not like your crooked, bar-brawling ilk. Convict, heretic, and now harlot? Wonderful. I roll my eyes and wrinkle my nose at him. I'll bet anything that old man is lying. Alluvia hasn't waged any wars in the past half-century. Furthermore, he boasted to my jailers that he's been assigned to this post for the brunt of his service to the crown. But I know better than to push my luck with him. He's more prone to violence than the other guardsmen. He used to lag behind at the start of our journey, defiant and stubborn. The old one never hesitated to yank the rope around my wrist, lurching me right into the brambles and sharp stones. Defying him, I learned, meant having scraped palms and knees at best. Our pace carefully slows when we cross over a mossy log and a series of thick tangled roots, for the horse's sake, of course, rather than mine. I work my jaw in silence for a while, keeping a measured distance behind them. My grip on the dagger is unwieldy and clumsy. Aiming it towards the bonds, it's trickier than I imagined. I flinch at the pointed tip jabs against my inner arm, but shoot the guards a winning smile when they turn to look at me. So, good old cursed forest, eh? Did you volunteer to escort prisoners through the blighted brush, or was it a inherited post, father's father and such? The pockmarked guard scoffs and mimics my words under his breath. Nothing to fear in these old woods, lass. Not if you're properly armed. Nothing but bears and wolves. People steer clear because they fear what lies in wait beyond. Surely you know that much. The men don't deign to tell me how they were assigned their roles. None of my business, I suppose. An overhead canopy of leaves parts, allowing patches of sunlight to heat my scalp and cheek. The journey has been long and exhausting, but altogether difficult. I'd even consider it idyllic for the perpetual backdrop of birdsong and distantly running water. Any sense of leisure sinks and coils at the pit of my stomach as I realize the birds have gone silent and the sound of water has risen to a dull roar. Before us is a murky disk of water, blemished green with algae, miles long, miles wide, and harrowingly uncertain depth. A jagged, ostentatious estate protruding from the ground like a sword through someone's back looms across the water's expanse. Not the first decrepit castle I've seen in my travels, but perhaps it may be my last. That's where I'll be staying then? Home sweet home? Shit, I've barely shorn through a quarter of my restraints. Even if I make a break for it now, they'll run me down on horseback. I tried it before, back when they marched me through the greater plains. They nearly trampled me into paste. Quiet down, you sorry lass. You may wish to take this time to consider your last words. That's not a bad idea. I could hit you with a real zinger before I go. The old guard groans, mumbling bitter prayer. I barely have time to hide the dagger before he dismounts and shoves me with more force than necessary. He loads me unceremoniously into a ramshackle little boat, leaving the pockmarked guard to deal with me while he tends to the horses. Thank you for the pet, sad. My breath catches when the remaining guard takes the seat opposite to me. His gawky movements nearly make the boat capsize before we've even left the shore. The boat cuts through the algae like a knife. Over on dry land, the old guardsman takes a heavy seat in the grass as he watches the sun descend. It's a more serene view than he deserves. I take a deep breath and open my mouth to shout. The young guard bites back a chuckle and clears his throat. I suppose he's freer to find revelry now that we're safe distance away. As I warily crane my neck around, I observe how the water completely surrounding the estate. That makes this a moat, but there clearly isn't a drawbridge in sight. At its northeast and westward edges, the moat connects to a river, following one side will likely lead one straight to the Rubifan Ocean. It's quite lovely, really, to be surrounded by such a wealth of natural water. Shame I never learned how to swim. I don't suppose I can persuade you to ferry me over yonder all the way around the estate on the other side of the shore? The guard elects not to reply. He won't even look at me now. Hi, Ray. How are you doing tonight? Aside from the oars carving through the water, the remaining boat ride is hushed and nerve-wracking. I sit up straight and stock still, trying to keep my weight centered despite the stinging insects nipping at my neck and ankles. Oh, have fun with that, Ray. That's a very popular game for you, isn't it, right now? The sun turns red as it dips closer to the horizon. Thank you for the pet, sad. If I finish, I can definitely come and play with you. But that's only if I finish. I don't know how long this game is. Oh, you cheeky shit. It takes half an hour to reach the other side, if not longer. Beyond the lip of the water is a carved ledge with a pit of trenches surrounding the estate's perimeter. The guard wastes no time forcing me upright and pushing me off the side. I fall into a roll, barely cushioned by the impact of grassy mud. I aim myself back up with effort, ready to yell the insult boiling at the tip of my tongue. To my surprise, the young guard is still up there, lingering at the edge. cheeky. Miss me already? I quirk my head to the side and bat my eyelashes at him. His response is slow and deliberate. I won't even remember you by tomorrow. I hardly know you, convict, and you don't even know my name. Who needs names? We are two ships passing the night, you and I. But it's not too late to change that, We can still run off into the sunset together. Come on, help me up. With the sun setting behind the guardsman, his features are cast in unreadable shadow. His fingers twitch and tap at his side. He casts an uneasy glance over his shoulder before, finally, he grumbles and rummages through his overcoat. From it, he pulls out the neck of a familiar instrument and throws it onto the ground with me. I cry out as my lute lands in the mud, nearly falling onto my own shoulder as I reach and fail to catch it. You'll owe me in your next life, convict. I hope this accursed thing provides you some comfort in your final moments. I glare up at him. Old guy made you nervous, didn't he? All the talk about cutting off hands for being underhanded. Shut up. I knew you were acting jumpy for a reason. I just knew it. You were gonna pawn off my poor little beauty here, but now you don't want to risk getting caught with it. Harlot. He spits at me before he hurries away. I listen for the sound of the boat sloshing into the water, and then the creak of the oars shortly thereafter. Now, why is it that when people don't know how else to argue with a woman, they must remark on how frequently she has sex? With effort, I dislodge the dagger from the inside of my sleeve. It's still unwieldy, but cutting myself loose is a little easier when I don't need to hide the blade from my captors. I pick up my lute, carefully wiping off the dirt and grime before I check and adjust its strings. I holster it across my back where it belongs. It's thankfully intact, but I'm not sure I can say the same about myself. I know I need to come up with a plan. I need to explore and get familiar with my surroundings, seek out a hiding spot while there's still daylight. But my entire body is aching. I won't get far if I push myself to move now. I check the insides of my clothes for the last of my possessions, kept safe and hidden under the lining. I've never been more grateful to have learned invisible stitching. A handful of coins and my songwriting journal are all I have left. I had hidden a number of small blades on my person, but I was too reckless in my previous escape attempts. I kept getting caught, and they confiscated all my knives. Well, that's why you're a bard and not a rogue. The guardsman's dagger isn't too shabby, at least. I tuck the blade into my belt, careful not to poke myself. I'll be ready to use it when it's dark. The ledge I fell off casts a long shadow. I edge away from it into the remaining light and concentrate on taking deep, rejuvenating breaths. This creature of the night, I've heard it can change its very shape. If it pursues me in the form of some animal, I doubt I can outrun it for long. It's wisest to save my strength so I can battle whatever form it takes. After all, I'm determined not to go down easily. Dusk falls. There's barely a sliver of apricot orange glowing across the horizon, which means my shelter of light dims and shrinks by the minute. I shiver as the evening cold burrows under my clothes, and I sense the vampire just moments before I hear it speak.
Well,
Hello? What? Oh, damn. Okay. The creature's airy, serpentine voice moves around me as it prowls beyond the perimeter of the remaining light. It's watching me, circling me like a vulture.
What grievous crimes you must have committed to be sent all the way here.
I draw my dagger, pointing it at the source.
Assessing your dinner, beast? Your mother should have taught you not to play with your food.
I really like these voices. These voices are real nice. The voice lapses into a contemplative hum. My heart hammers against my ribs as I lose track of the vampire in the silence. I twist around, catching sight of its eyes reflected in moonlight right when it lunges. The vampire snatches me by the wrist. The skin on its dark, clawed hand bubbles under the waning sun before it wrenches me into the shadows. My dagger clatters to the ground.
You're talkative. I usually like it when they're talkative. But yours is an insolent nature. No doubt you've ended up here by disrespecting some local authority.
Yes, I will disrespect them. The vampire hoists my arm above our heads, positioning us face to face as he regards me. I scrutinize him in turn. He bears similarities to a human man, but I steal a glance upward, observing his already healed hand with dismay.
You smell of chain rust, fresh soil, dried blood, and incense.
Yeah, I'm a big hit with nuns and orphans.
What am I doing? This isn't the time for banter. I struggle in his grasp. He steps forward, and we remain blanketed under the gloom of darkness. There's a small clatter underfoot as he drives his boot under my dagger, kicks it upright, and then snatches the blade out of the air in a fluid motion. He twirls the dagger between his long fingers, appraising it.
Most unusual. My guess he managed to smuggle a means to escape their bonds. If I had to wager, you must be a talented cutpurse, which wouldn't be the worst offense, all things considered.
Stop manhandling me!
With my free, open palm, I smack him hard across the face and yank my captive hand free. He flinches at the blow, looking more astonished than anything. I don't stay long enough to watch how he reacts next. I run. My lungs are heavy in my chest and my body is screaming at me to catch my breath, but I can't stop now. There's nothing I can use in the courtyard. My only choice is to head into the estate and hope to find a means of escape. There's got to be a ladder or something I can use to scale that damned ledge. Then I just need to find something buoyant, like a wood panel or a door, something. I run down dizzying, identical hallways, down several cavernous rooms, displacing dining chairs and overturning saloon end tables in my wake. But there's nothing I can use to escape, nothing I can narrow down in my panic. All the while, the vampire follows me with an even stride. He rubs his cheek with narrowed eyes.
Will you slow down? This is terribly tedious.
No.
He hasn't changed his shape, but I know how quickly he can pounce if I let him near. I can't let him get close. I topple a nearby cabinet, sending it careening to the floor between us. The vampire makes a small, offended noise amid the sound of crashing glass. Before he can react further, I seize a standing vase and hold it aloft, ready to throw.
Stop. Stop. Stop it. Calm down.
He's scolding a pet. What the hell? I pivot my grasp on the lip of the vase, bending my arm menacingly. Water and flowers slosh onto the floor.
You dare to tell me to calm down? Really?
There's an audible, muffled sigh when the vampire steeples his hands in front of his nose.
I despise the chase. Look at this blasted mess. You realize no one else lives here? That you're gone? Who do you think has cleared the remains of your rampage?
I'm sorry. Are you criticizing the way I'm fighting for my life?
You must understand, mortal. Despite what the good people of Illuvia will have you believe, I have no bestial compulsion to take your life. All right? Though I'll admit you have sorely tempted me with the prospect of your demise, there is a civilized alternative worth considering.
A civilized alternative to becoming a withered, bloodless corpse decorating his hallway? I keep the vase aloft, halfway between willful rebellion and uncertain curiosity.
I'm listening.
That is all I ask. First of all, this here.
He dangles the dagger between two fingers, as if it's a dirty sock he found in my chambers.
As a show of good faith, I will return to you this nasty little thing. In exchange, you will not stab me with it. Its blade is neither sharp nor long enough to kill me, but it will deeply annoy me. If I'm deeply annoyed, I'll be forced to rescind my good faith and tear you to shreds. Understood?
I furrow my brows, but I nod. It makes sense. If I actually want to incapacitate him, I'd at least need a larger weapon. I've yet to hear any myths where vampires are notoriously weak to standard cavalry daggers.
Good girl. Here.
Say it again. Can I... Aw. He tosses the dagger over to me. It slides along the floor until I stop it with the heel of my boot. I don't bend to pick it up.
Our next matter at hand is the barter. I've been known to spare and set my prisoners free in exchange for knowledge or for an item of substantial value. Fortunately for you, I noticed the loot strapped to your back while you were racing through my abode.
Oh no. I pivot my torso away, trying in vain to hide the instrument from sight.
Come now, don't be selfish. Give it to me and you will have your freedom. Your life will be yours again. Keep away from Illuvia and lay low for several years. The crown will be none the wiser.
Okay.
What?
I've cared for it ever since I was a little girl. How can I possibly give it up now?
I can't give it to you. No. I nearly lost it once already.
Nothing is stopping you from purchasing a new one once you have your freedom.
There kinda is, but okay.
Certainly you'll have to save up for a while. I recognize the value of an average instrument, let alone how much an artisan lute must cost now after centuries of inflation. However, you'll have plenty of chances to...
Mm.
No. No. I said I won't give it to you.
Why not?
Why is he angry at me? Hypocrite. I raise my voice to match his tone. I can't help it. I get competitive.
You imply me to be insensitive on the grounds of trampling for your home, but what about you? Demanding my only means of providing for myself.
Drooling means nonsense. You're able-bodied, young, far from hideous. Once you have your freedom, I'm quite certain you'll figure something out.
Your venerable age must have impaired your hearing then, vampire. Because I'm not sure you quite caught it when I repeatedly said no. I am not giving it to you.
Fine, then you're not leaving.
He flings his hand skyward, turning and stalking towards the nearest window.
I pray you'll have fun rotting in here for the remainder of your brief and miserable existence, mortal. At which point you and I might have something in common.
Goodbye. He erupts into a vicious flurry of black mist. Once the smoke clears, I see the flapping outline of a bat soaring out the window and into the night. I groan between gritted teeth, jostling the stupid vase that I'm still holding over my head. As tempting as it is to smash it, I set it down and begin gathering the displaced flowers with a dejected sigh. The blooms are vibrantly fresh and fragrant, but they're going to wilt without water. Gods, I just got into a screaming match with a vampire and upset him so much that he had to, I don't know, go take an angry nap. I'm still alive. I should really count it as a win, but I don't know. My chest is tight with apprehension. I wasn't supposed to annoy him. He said he'd rip me to shreds if I annoyed him. Damn it, gods damn it, what have I done? I should have offered to barter with something else. I doubt he'd be interested in the few coin I have. I can't bear to part with my music, but he did mention an option to trade knowledge. Even if he's had centuries to experience the world around us, surely there's an obscure nugget of wisdom I can impart. After all, I like to think that everyone I meet teaches me something new. I'll have some leverage if I can figure out what he already knows. And if I can't, then I need to find something else to protect myself. The dagger will be of little use, aside from cutting rope. Night seems never-ending as I creep through the estate. The vampire hasn't shown himself since our earlier squabble, though his absence does little to assuage my nerves. As any prey animal knows, the deadliest predator is one you don't see coming. Exhaustion weighs against my eyes, but adrenaline keeps me on edge, pulsing through my veins like a heavy drum. slightest shift of a wind-blown curtain makes me jump. I keep expecting those moonlit eyes to be watching when I turn. But the shadows are always barren, devoid of vampires. Does he truly mean to sulk for the remainder of the night? I suppose I should count my blessings while I can. As I explore, I notice how each successive chamber is spotless and immaculately tidy, aside from the furniture I disturbed, which I take the time to straighten. I uncover an abundance of books crowding the shelves and various services. They contain an array of technical topics, including geography, astronomy, invocation, and mathematics. They're all dog-eared and full of notes. Don't tell me he's read every book in the estate. I can't panic yet. I can still narrow this down. Assuming he takes time to clean his most frequented spaces, I ought to pay attention to what is and isn't covered in dust. Yet even locating a single cobweb presents a unique challenge. I set a book down, running my hand across the marble exterior of an engraved fireplace. Even this is pristine, unmarred by old ashes and licking flames. The nearby fire iron, at least, is an encouraging sight. I pick it up and give it a gentle swing, testing the weight, and wince when my arm throbs in protest. I've yet to remind myself to use my non-dominant hand. Or I'll have to remind myself. Words. Words are hard today. I'll have to remind myself to use my non-dominant hand. The fire iron has a dull tip that's unlikely to pierce skin, but a decisive strike should send anyone reeling, even an immortal creature of the night. Of course, pissing him off by whacking him in the head is a last resort. I'm more interested in jabbing the fire iron into the ledge outside and use it as a handhold to climb my way up. The idea may sound absurd, but it could work. I won't know until I try. Although, even if I successfully scale the ledge, I'd still have to defeat the moat somehow. My gaze wanders across the chamber. If someone is wealthy enough to build a castle, they usually enjoy surrounding themselves with larger-than-life portraits. One would think that I found a big enough painting to pry off the wall and ride across the moat by now, but the decor is tragically modest. As I move to lower my arms, a golden glint reflects off the dark metal of the fire iron. I pivot my shoulder with a cautious hope. There, thin rays of dawn's light gleam through the drawn curtains. My body practically moves on its own. I march to the window and wrench the curtains open. Morning daylight fills the chamber. I've never been happier to see the sun peeking over the mountains like an old friend. Though the moment the curtains shift, a small beige shape moves with it across the floor. Oh, benign, not beige. Oops. A rat. I hate rats. I've always been scared of them. When I hop away from the shape, I observe how it doesn't continue to move. I bend to inspect it using the fire iron for support. It's just a furled scrap of parchment, brown and frail with age. Yet it's an unusual sight considering how free of dirt and clutter the rest of the room is. Would you look at that? He's finally missed a spot. I suppose the vampire doesn't enjoy cleaning under the curtains. At least the sun sneaks up on him unawares. I turn the paper over, noting the smudge of charcoal rubbing off on my thumb. part of a larger drawing, maybe even one of those enormous portraits I'm sorely missing. I'm sure it's worthless, but no harm holding on to it. Perhaps the vampire will appreciate my help in tidying up. I try and fail to hold back a yawn and that makes my entire body shudder. The bloom of sunlight fixed in the sky, though refreshing to see, also serves as a reminder of how much time has passed and how little sleep I've gotten. There won't be a better time to get some rest. I look about the chamber one final time. To be so surrounded by various furnishings, it is a mystifying sort of torture. Despite how all those nights sleeping on the ground have left me yearning for the comfort of a cushion, I know I can't sleep here. The vampire needs only to close the curtains and accost me in my sleep. Back outside I go. The days are long this time of year. I'll have plenty of time to try climbing the ledge when I wake. I grab a decorative pillow from the sofa. It's not much, but it will make my cobblestone bed a little more bearable. I retrace my steps through the estate and practically collapse into the first ring of sunlight I find. I wake from a dreamless, restless slumber to the cold of evening. Sitting up with a jolt, I scan the sky with mounting dismay. Sundown again already? How could I have slept for so long? The clenching ache in my bones and blossoming bruises on my skin reveal the answer to my unspoken question. My stamina is spent. I won't be able to run the way I did yesterday. No, damn it. It feels like the very shadows are reaching for me, streaking across the ground like long claws. And speaking of claws, from the shade nearby, the vampire looks down at me with flat displeasure. My fingers curl instinctively around the fire iron. You're still here. On the ground, no less. Where else would I be? I figured you would have climbed onto the roof, run some mental calculus to determine the best angle of approach, and then leapt into the moat to swim to freedom. A beat passes and I stare at him. Yes, that would have been very practical. But anyone who tries, it would surely splatter against the rocky ledge below. Perhaps. And even if they made it to the water, they would discover the alligators in the moat. Alligators? Really? No. What the hell? I think I liked you more when you were menacing me about what crimes I'd committed. She dislikes the taste of her own medicine. Shocking. He folds his arms behind his back as he paces around me. I'm very aware that he can grab and drag me into the shadow, if he so desires, but he's choosing not to. You never did tell me what you did to get sent here. You're right. I didn't. We stare at each other now, sharing an ugly pause. But I apologize for my behavior last night and for making a mess. Truly. He looks as though he's expecting a punchline. Yes, truly. I don't know what it's like to own an estate, but I'm sure it's dreadful having someone run through it. Indeed. Will you tell me what you're planning to do with my fire iron? What, this old thing? I could lie to him, but I see little point in it. While I've developed a skill for enthralling an audience with tall tales, it's not as if I can trick them into believing my stories are real. Unless they're children, of course. And the pacing vampire hasn't seemed terribly childlike thus far. In any case, I'm not a good liar. When one is not a good liar, honesty is by far the better policy. If you leapt at me, I would have tried to swing it at you. But I also thought I could use it as a handhold to get over the ledge. I cannot begrudge you for your caution against me. But using a fire iron as a handhold? Really? The ledge is made of solid stone. What? It's old, isn't it? Surely the stone has weathered down over the years. It most certainly has not. You would begrudge me for trying everything at my disposal? I might, if you ruined my fire iron in the process. Thank you, Mordecai. You need not try such inventive tactics if you agreed to barter with me. Right, yes. About that. I'll have you know I'm extremely well-traveled. How informed are you about recent history and new discoveries throughout the world? What makes you think I would be interested in such things? You mentioned you were open to trading knowledge. I remember it like it was just yesterday. Every 2 years, I receive a new guest at my estate. Each guest has some capacity to tell me news of the outside world. I have previously offered their freedom in exchange, but hearing news of the outside world loses its appeal when one is not welcomed to participate in it. But some men and women have nothing else to give. Surely you would not deprive this opportunity from a future guest when you have more to offer than this. My loot feels heavy against my back. What else can I offer that amounts to the price of my freedom? Please, I can't give it to you. He scoffs at me. Just when I thought you were seeing sense. But I may yet be as amiable as you have been to me. Last night, I hadn't fully understood that you play music as your primary profession. Not at first. My recent slew of guests have been cutthroats and highwaymen. I forget that I've also housed scientists and artists. I presume you must be good at your craft. As such, you need your loot more than I do. A sudden, unexpected empathy leaves me speechless. He takes my silence as permission to continue. I ought to also admit it has been a very long time since someone has told me no. It irritated me to hear, but it is within your right to say. Forgive me for making it seem otherwise. Well, at least he's respectful. That's all I can say. As if our cordial conversation hasn't been astonishing enough, the vampire inclines his head towards me. You are forgiven, but wouldn't everyone have fought you to the bitter end? I imagine there must have been several no's sprinkled in there. He chuckles wryly. Words suck. When properly browned and restrained, one's capacity to fight to the bitter end is quite limited. I expect this lends itself to make my guests more amenable. Amenable. Amenable to negotiation and to giving me anything I should desire. Oh, he really wasn't expecting me to break free of my bonds. Enough of this matter. I propose we approach this from a new angle. What do you want, mortal? If freedom has no strong appeal for you, perhaps you'd be more interested in power, in immortality. I don't miss the saccharine way, he says the last word. No, I'm fairly sure I do want freedom. I can't imagine what price I'd have to pay for the other two. My stomach growls. But I could do with some food. Food. Even if I get out of here, the nearest village is miles away, and I won't get far on an empty stomach. You would ask a vampire to feed you. A marvelously modest start to our negotiative relationship. Your empty stomach shall be filled. I should have a surplus of blood lying around here somewhere. That's not what humans eat, but okay. I'm joking. I'm not so old that I've forgotten what mortals eat. Come with me. Well, that's good. I'm proud of you. He begins to lead the way. I struggle to my feet, but have enough difficulty steadying myself that he pauses and turns to observe me. I end up using the fire iron to help me maintain my balance, like a metal walking stick. You look pitiful. I'm sure. My apologies for not being the picture of grace after a 9-day hike with slave-driving guards on. Now, where exactly do you plan on taking me? The vampire is kind enough to slow his pace and walk with me in parallel tandem, though he stays in the shadows and I in the waning light. You are astoundingly paranoid. I'm taking you somewhere I can feed you, like we agreed. You mean to feed on me, don't you? No. He says it with such disgust that I gape at him, taken aback. Oh, don't even begin to act offended. Have you looked at yourself? Fucking rude. Filthy, dragged through prison cells and mud, your taste most certainly will be foul. Fucking rude, my guy. I bite back a retort about how I'm supposed to taste. More importantly, you're really not going to kill and eat me. Ever? Covered in muck as you are, I have no desire to touch you. Okay. You doubt me? I don't know. It sounds like you'll attack me the moment I'm clean. And I can't get a read on you. Maybe it's your fetish to lure your victims into a false sense of security. How easily you remark on a stranger's fetishes. I had my suspicions that you were a traveler, but I'm certain now you could not have been raised in Illuvia. Ah, yes, beautiful Illuvia, kingdom of ungrateful prudes. They don't appreciate me here at all. I am quite certain they did not. I gotta say, I really freaking love his outfit. It is so gorgeous. I love it. You may have a seat and wait here, though I can't guarantee the chairs won't bite. What? Very funny. He smirks a little at that, though he turns as if to hide it. The kitchen is nearby. I won't be long. I caught a glimpse of his kitchen during my exploration last night. I noticed it was stocked with well-loved pans and utensils, but I never imagined that meant he used them with any frequency. I expect you'll stay put, woefully wounded as you are. If you wander off and I can't find you, I'll have to deposit your meal into the moat. Ah, very well. I'll tame my adventurous spirit for the time being. Wouldn't want your imaginary alligators to feed in my place, or to be fed in my place. Oops. Can I have the voice actor say this last part? You're catching on. Good girl. True to his word, the vampire returns in short order. He sets a tray loaded with roasted roots and grilled perch for me. A simple enough meal, but one of the most beautiful sights I've seen in recent memory. It's not a plate of blood. It is not. Shall I switch it out for you? No, I'll be quiet. I reach for a fork and slice into the fish, excited to savor my first meal in days. I take the first bite and it's awful. Oh no. Some of the prison slop tasted better than this burnt, over-salted tragedy. Even stranger, I taste hints of cinnamon, garlic, and coffee? At this point, I have no idea what I'm eating, but I'm too hungry to stop. I must have outdone myself. Don't forget to breathe. Mortals need air in their lungs, I hear. Oh, it is delicious, isn't it? My fork pauses against my lips. Oh no. We already know that I'm a bad liar. Or at least this character is. don't wanna. I kind of want to go with first choice. Let's be honest at this point, because there's no use in lying to him, because he'll figure it out, and we're also bad liars, apparently, so... I'm so sorry. It's one of the worst cooked fish I've had in my life, but it tastes better than starvation. The vampire regards me with an unreadable expression. His next words are slow as they are measured. Oh, I've served more than 100 guests in my lifetime. Not a single one of them has described it as, I quote, better than starvation. Without constructive criticism, how will you improve? Surely you will not begrudge me for being honest. The vampire watches me finish my next bite, eyes narrowed. No matter. I care not what you think of my cooking. He's pouting. Okay, it's kind of cute. His lower lip is unmistakably jutted out into a small pout, but I don't get to see it for long. Now that I have given you a meal, will you now give me something I want in return? Why do you keep insisting on these inane little trades? He shrugs his shoulders with a touch of derision. I don't know how to say that. It is my nature. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. No service without cost. Fine, vampire. Can I interest you in a song? He arches a brow and says nothing, but I can tell I've piqued his interest. I've seen your books. All technicality, no whimsy. It must have been some time since you last heard a compelling story. I shift my lute into my arms, strumming it once for intrigue, attempting a little preview. Very well, bard. A song in exchange for the meal. I lower my gaze to my lute, heaving a sigh I didn't know I was holding. Good. I just have to play a single song. It's a simple request, one I've fulfilled thousands of times over in several dozen taverns, but the thrill of anticipation is making my fingers jitter. Just yesterday, I was grimly certain I would never perform again. Now I'm performing for the vampire who was supposed to tear me to shreds. I trace my fingernail over a single string. Then I pluck at each string sequentially, testing and tuning in turn. And then I begin to play. The vampire, who until now had a perpetual proclivity for pacing, slows and pauses mid-step to watch me, with his hands folded on a writing table. My voice turns into the best weapon I've ever wielded, stronger and sharper than any knife or fire iron. Notes trickle from my lungs, rush through my throat, and pour from my lips onto a song that floods the room with a tale most forlorn. The ballad I've chosen starts melancholic. It follows a young man as life takes and takes and takes from him. His father is the first to be taken, life cut short by a plague. His betrothed the next, abandoning him for a wealthier man. When he is brutally mugged and left for dead, he feels as though his last remnants of peace have been torn to shreds. He finds himself alone, left behind, forgotten. His mind is swallowed whole by rage and grief and self-loathing until one day he decides it's his turn to take. He takes a torch to the stables of his former betrothed. He takes a noble woman's heart with false oaths and pretty words. He takes the world by storm, molding it like wet sand to fulfill his every desire. When I finish the song, I offer the vampire a small bow. Throughout my entire performance, his gaze clung to me like a thorn, never once wavering from my body. What a wretched protagonist. You don't like it? It's one of my most requested tavern songs. Ah, how baffling to hear that human men find inspiration from in an egocentric finale. There's a version of this song with a female protagonist. It's not always requested by men. Another unexpected revelation. Although I find the song's message disagreeable, I will concede that you sung it well. Oh, thank you. We lapse into a brief silence, not quite looking at each other. To my surprise, he's the one who speaks next. This estate. I often forget what it's like to have more than the sound of my own thoughts, and of cicadas crying in the night. With nothing to interrupt the passage of immortality, silence can be maddening. How much do you earn at these taverns of yours? How many songs did it take for you to afford an instrument of that quality? How many songs? I've never thought of it that way. It doesn't really work like that. I looked down at my lute, running my fingers over its surface. It was given to me, which means I never actually had to pay for it. But I don't need to share that with him. Sometimes I compose original songs on commission, which is more time-consuming but affords me more gold. As for crowd work, a classic in a well-stocked bar on a good night would net me several dozen coppers and a handful of gold. I suppose it amounts to 100 songs or so if I combined the two. Of course, saving up for an artisan instrument would take even longer. Yes. 100 songs, you say? 100 songs over 100 nights. I will ensure you have food, hygiene, and eventual safe passage from the estate. Hygiene? But if I'm clean, you'll want to suck my blood. Then you can be clean in the day and dirty yourself up in the night if it pleases you. Do what you will. His words hang in the air between us like haze. Despite the numerous opportunities he's had to hurt me, he hasn't laid a hand on me all night. If my safety really is guaranteed, it's a tempting deal to take. Besides, it's not like I have many other options. Just some songs and you'll let me go. You won't try and steal my loot while I sleep. You take me for a common thief? How dare you? Such an appalling accusation when you can clearly see I still have all my fingers. The vampire raises his hand for me to see. The familiarity of the gesture is uncanny. It seemed to me that a powerful vampire like you can recover from serious wounds in an instant. You could have once been amputated at the elbow for all we know. And speaking of vampires, I seem to recall a legend that suggests your kind can't cross running water. Which means you can't leave the estate either, can you? I'm curious to know what crime you've committed to be sent here. Enough. I await your song tomorrow. He stands to leave. Well, he hasn't been... I mean, he's been rude, but, you know, not ultimately rude to deserve... I hope you see me in your nightmares. So we'll go with, you know, Sweet Prince. Good night, Sweet Prince. Don't let the bedbugs bite. You realize I am not going to sleep. I just no longer wish to be in your company. Well, then I hope the bedbugs do bite you. Keep speaking that way, and there may be more biting than you bargained for, mortal. I clamp my mouth shut. He strides to the nearest window. Like before, he erupts into mist and takes off into the night in the shape of a bat. But this time, he's left me with a half-finished plate of unsauced fish. I think my cat's throwing himself at my office door. Do what you will, the vampire said. I was reluctant to believe it when he gave me a free roam of the estate, but he's since made no move to impede me. I was allowed to wander wherever I pleased. I discovered little of note, just more books and the continued absence of dust, nothing more suspicious than the errant scrap of paper from my first night. Despite my best efforts to distrust him, the vampire only appears to feed me more disgusting fish and claim his song. He stays long enough to make weary commentary sometimes and small talk other times, but in physical proximity he's given me a wide berth. Song, poof, song, poof. He's polite enough, I suppose, and utterly uninterested in causing me harm. That was enough to move me from a cobblestone bed to a cushioned one. The days soon blend together like the colors of sunset. Other than my fading bruises and brief performances, there's little to mark the passage of time. The monotony of our routine sways my feelings of weariness into restless puzzling. Questions swarm my mind like locusts, and my aimless wandering doesn't yield enough fruit to feed them. I'd like to state my burning curiosity by interviewing my vampire. But I'm not sure how to approach him when he vanishes after my song's final notes. Besides, I still have every reason to sleep with the fire iron wedged under the door handle. Every so often, I'm startled awake by blood-curdling screams. Oh, well, that's not terrifying. I've ventured out from my room more than once, fire iron in one hand and my dagger in the other. I've tracked the noise up the many flights of stairs, worried I would stumble upon the vampire feasting on an unlucky traveler who washed up the river. Then I would stand at the foot of his coffin for a time, waiting to hear signs of a struggle, waiting to see pools of blood oozing across the floor. They're whispering, what the hell? But I always met with an eerie, unmoving silence. I went back to sleep with my bed pushed against the door, each time determined to keep out whoever or whatever was making these horrible sounds. Although I'm sure I would have run into them by now if anyone else is living in the estate. No one can ever be too careful. Still, as harrowing as those noises have been, sleeping in an actual bed is incredible. I'm starting to feel pampered. The food still leaves much to be desired, but I have pillows, blankets, and the softest pelt carpet on my floor. A creepy estate is indubitably better than camping with stinky, surly guardsmen and sleeping on the ground. It's a hassle to shove my bed to and from the door, but I think it's a small price to pay. Brisk, invigorating air fills my lungs as I step into the courtyard. A shiver scuttles across my spine as I settle into dewy grass. I position my songwriting journal in my lap, having recently freed it from my clothes with some careful incisions. I always get lost in thought when I turn its pages, the act of deciding on a song to make my heart swell and with calm contentment. After choosing one of my older pieces, a spirited melody I wrote when I was younger, I wrap my lute over my shoulder and begin to practice. My performances occurred in crowded areas before I came here. I had to compete with the clamor of moving people and the passers-by and raucous drunks. Here in the grass, I find myself not needing to fight for coin or attention. I can focus my music. Oh. Thank you. Love you. I've been gifted pizza. Here in the grass, I find myself not needing to fight for coin or attention. I can focus on my music, and nature itself is my ensemble. I sing softly, timing my rhythm with the shifting trees and the gurgles of the moat. I like to imagine my notes, quiet though they are, carrying far into the forest, reverberating down the mountains, performing without an audience. My pulse quickens, startled by the sudden voice. My fingers slip. The next strum is discordantly off-key. I squint skywards, trying to make out shapes in the darkness. Reclined across a brick parapet overhead, the vampire stares down at me with his usual flat expression. I slam my journal shut and hide it behind my back. You. Did you mean to sneak up on me? You'll have to try harder than that if you want to catch me off guard. In an easy, soundless motion, the vampire drops to the ground like a falling feather. He saunters towards me, eyes glimmering like diamonds in the dark. I can assure you that if I were to try harder at such a thing, you would not wish to be the recipient of my attention. And I'll have you know that I was here first. Ah, then I suppose I've disturbed you. I didn't mind. His reply was faster and more decisive than I anticipated. My heart hammers hard against my ribs. What is this? Fear? Am I really afraid of a speedy retort? Ridiculous. In a vain attempt to hide weakness, I hover my hand over my chest. No, I suppose you wouldn't mind a free ballad. Shouldn't you be hibernating in the rafters this time of night? I don't normally perform for another hour or two. Not tonight. He gestures to the night sky. The moon above us looks swollen, rounder, larger than I remember ever seeing it. Even so, it's a mere full moon, really? Is a mere full moon really so impressive? I part my lips to express my thoughts when a warm shadow inches across the moon's surface, spreading from its left side like a cocoon around a caterpillar. Soon the moon is red as sunset, glowing rosy marble anchored in the night sky. A blood moon. A total lunar eclipse is the technical term, though you may call it what you like. It only occurs 3 times a year. The people of Alluvia insist that blood moon is bad omen, and seeing one during my travels was foreboding sight. Yet the vampire watches the moon with such earnest intensity, I fear his admiration for it is contagious. It's beautiful. What does it mean for you? Are you more powerful while it lasts? The vampire barks out a small, surprised laugh, and his eyes cut away from the stargazing to glance at me. No, not at all. He folds his arms behind his back. I enjoy the view. The parapet is the best spot to observe the heavenly bodies in the sky. The ground is a close second. The vampire tilts his head, watching me with an expression I've never seen him wear before. Confused guilt. What? What is it? My hand twitches, ready to seize the dagger at my belt. I've been referring to you as a bard and mortal all this time. I don't believe I ever asked for your name. Ah. I rest my hand over my lute, relaxing somewhat. You're right. We yelled at each other in the hall and never introduced ourselves. You can call me... Oh. Oh, I'm just gonna go with... Abigail's a good one. Yes, I'm changing the default name. Vikra. Yes. It suits you. Does it? He smiles at me enigmatically. You can call me Lucius. Lucius. His name weighed on my tongue like a stone. I never imagined myself learning it, with how often he's alluded to his immortality. It slipped my mind that he must have been a human man once. It's a humbling thought. Moreover, so the longest amount of time we've spent without the distraction of music or bartering. He's even feeling affable enough to learn my name. I should try asking him questions. I may not get a better chance than this. Lucius, If I ask you some questions, will you insist on making it a barter? The vampire doesn't respond for a while. Depends on the question. I suppose that's fair. How about this? You don't have to answer a question if you don't want to. I can move on to the next one and we'll talk for as long as you're willing to entertain me. Ah, now I'm the one entertaining you, and all at the generous cost of nothing? What an amusing turn of events. I'm surprised you're eager to talk to me. I believe you said something about the maddening silence of eternity. I've begun to understand what you meant. I see. Ask your questions then, Vikra. I will not ask for you to trade your possessions, but I may like to quell my own curiosity in exchange. He agreed. I wet my lips with anticipation. There's sometimes noises. It sounds like screaming. That doesn't sound much like a question. I'll rephrase. What? The source of the noise will not hurt you. And it is now your turn to answer my question. The haste with which Lucius changes the topic is unexpected, but not altogether unwelcome. He did sate my curiosity to a degree. Tell me something. As a bard, what do you know of the stars? A simple question that leads to a comprehensive answer. Wise play, vampire. I observe the pinpricks of light above us, winking in and out of the mauve cover of the night. I don't remember the last time I relaxed enough to admire them before my arrival here. Looking at the stars meant I wasn't looking over my shoulder. I needed to watch my own back and keep myself safe and alive. Though I sang of beauty and adventure, it seemed pointless to actually indulge in such things. I was far more focused on where I would lay my head or earn my next coin. How strange to be able to indulge in stargazing now with a vampire standing nearby. I traced different patterns in the sky with practiced ease between each dot. The horned serpent always points north, even as its body shifts. Its tail will tell you where you've been and where you must go. Ah, yes, the horned serpent. Anything else? It's harder to navigate using the others, but I know a few stories. This box-shaped cluster is the treasure trove of the goddess Melandrinal? Supposedly it contains every possession humans have lost throughout their lives, and I draw my finger between the 7 brightest stars in the sky. That's the first king's crown. The stories say he bequeathed it to the heavens, an offering to the gods to keep his bloodline on the throne. It's actually funny. Alluvia hasn't had a king in centuries, and it's most certainly isn't his bloodline anymore. It seems the gods played a nasty trick on him. Lucius chuckles. It's such a low and abrupt sound that I lose my train of thought. They may have indeed. Vikra, I may yet know a story that you do not know. Shall I share it with you? I arch my eyebrow at that. Who says I don't know the story? You're being unfair, vampire, making me play guessing games. Lucius. Lucius. Right. You're being unfair, Lucius. Then tell me this, Vikra. Do you know the story of when the stars first appeared? Hmm? There's a story behind that? Aside from the idea that each one is placed in the sky by the gods, I suppose I don't know this one after all. I knew it. Oh, don't gloat. Are you going to share the story with me or not? He lets out another low chuckle before he deigns to continue. Why are words hard? God damn. I suppose no one knows for certain how the stars were created, but one of my guests shared with me a tale from his homeland. Unlike the self-serving stories Illuvia dictates to its children, his kingdom believes that humans were not always a fixture in our realm. He believed that once, a very long time ago, the world existed in an endless night, a quiet, pitch-black quilt of eternity, unbroken by castle spires and bonfire smoke. When humans began roaming the earth, they would hold their newborns up to see the divine darkness. The stars above them, dotting the skies in this peaceful, lonely world, were believed to befriend these infants and provide protection. The stars were there when we first arrived, and they will persist long after we are gone. That is what he believed. Thus, watching the night sky is when we are closest to glimpsing what it was like at the beginning of the world, and what it will be at its end. Oh, gods. Did your guest earn his freedom with this story? I would have given it to him, yes. His cryptic phrasing gives me pause, and Lucius falls quiet. His gaze remains transfixed on the sky. Meanwhile, I'm having trouble tearing my eyes from him and from the melancholic air he wears like a heavy cloak. I don't know how I ever missed it before, because I think that sadness has always been there. The more time I spend here, the harder it becomes to see him as the monster Illuvia led me to believe he was. Perhaps that's what makes him dangerous. Or perhaps... I shiver again, rubbing my arms as a breeze whisks through my hair and clothes. Lucius turns promptly away from the sky, clicking his tongue at me. If you are cold, head inside. It will be challenging to play a lute with icicles for fingers. No, I'd like to stay out here a little longer. Monsters aren't supposed to watch the sky and tell you stories about where the stars came from. Monsters aren't supposed to spare your life and cook disgusting fish for you. The wrongness of my perception of him is eating away at me. I need to ask him my next question. Were you human once, Lucius? How? It doesn't take him long to pick up where I trail off. How did I turn into this? No, He holds up his hand to stop me. He's not bothered by the exact phrasing of the question. I was human once, Vikra, and in many ways I still am. You're well aware of the standard method of vampiric infection, I'm sure. Be bitten by one, mix their blood with your own. Then there's usually some manner of death or near-death experience. But then, voila, you're a ravenous immortal of the night. But I suspect you're also aware that I was not created in the same way as others have been. I'm quite alive rather than undead, and I have no sire or coven to compel my allegiance. I was not aware of all that, but from his subtext I gather that the blood-curdling screams aren't coming from another vampire. Good to know. Additionally, as I hope you've noticed, I've not lost my morality to bloodlust. It was your most likable trait during your wayward first meeting. Or our wayward first meeting. Oops. Good. He catches himself as if he didn't mean to agree with me before he shakes it off. Just as humans have notable differences, not all vampires are the same. But the people of Alluvia are keenly familiar with ferocity of vampire spawn, who routinely raid their homes and eat their children. I do not blame Alluvians for believing the worst of me by proxy, though I do find an occasional amusement in the things they say. Tell me, Vikra, what tales are the good people spinning about me these days? Or better yet, have you any theories of your own? Theories of my own? I don't think so. I've heard bits and pieces of vampire lore, but I've never felt the need to speculate. I've never seen a vampire before I met Lucius. There are all sorts of legends about you. Some were more akin to tall tales. People refer to you as a sort of ominous presence or a natural disaster. As for how you were created, as you say, one of the guardsmen who captured me, he believed you stole it from the gods. Or you stole from the gods. Oops. Did I? I'm impressed with myself. How did I manage such a feat? They said you broke into the church's wine cellar and drank your fill. As punishment, the gods cursed you with a voracious appetite for the blood of your own people. I've said before that I am not a thief, but overindulging in wine does sound like something I'd do. I've always had a fondness for reds. Any other thoughts? I mean, there's always, you dealt with demons. Ash is crude. Yes, demons, affable creatures, I hear. Very keen on bartering the very moment you meet them, unlike someone I know. And strangely, like someone else we both know. It's well known that demons offer immortality in exchange for a steep price. I wonder what you traded, Lucius, if you truly did deal with demons. He smirks at me and elects not to respond. You've tricked me into another guessing game, you know. You're going to tell me the truth, or will you keep goading me to recite absurd theories? His white fangs gleam when he smiles, reflecting against starlight. Why? If I revealed all my secrets now, I fear there would be no riveting banter left past the time. We wish to stay the hand of maddening. We wish to stay the hand of. We wish to stay the hand of maddening silence for as long as we can, do we not? Fine. We do. Maybe I can ask you about simpler things. I retrieve the small charcoal scrap I found from my first night exploring, holding it up for him to see. I found this under some curtains. What can you tell me about it? Ooh. Is that... Lucius moves towards me and halts mid-steps, his hand lingering in the air between us as if the scrap is a loaf of bread and he hasn't had a meal in weeks. The intensity of his reaction compels me to stand in turn. After a moment of hesitation, I gently set it into the palm of his. Lucius practically cradles the scrap, his fingers passing reverently over the smudged charcoal. I just thought I was being helpful by tidying up a spot you missed. I was going to tease you about it. You actually recognize it? I do. His demeanor has completely changed, almost to an unrecognizable degree. Ooh. His stooped shoulders don't resemble the rigid, dry-humored vampire I've come to know. Then again, I hadn't taken the time to know him until tonight. He breathes out with a shuddering difficulty, as if his lips have gone dry, but slowly he begins to speak again. I ripped it to shreds one night. I was so angry back then. The night I arrived? No, this was a very long time ago. This is a portrait of someone I once knew. I shake my head when he starts to hand the scrap back to me. You don't need to give it back, Lucius. It was yours to begin with. Unless you ripped the drawing because you hate the person depicted, do you not want it anymore? Lucius avoids my eyes, though he tucks the scrap carefully into his pocket. A pointed question. Humans really do prefer black and white thinking, don't they? He's referring to me by my mortality again, mortality again, rather than my name. It's complicated then, a sore subject. Yes. His snappy tone makes me flinch, but I hold my ground and refuse to let it show. Because how can hatred persist in a vacuum of eternity? Once anger has finished ransacking what remains of your soul, all that's left is exhaustion. Lucius narrows his eyes at me. How would you know such a thing? I give him an innocent little shrug. I'm not ready to change the topic to myself because I find myself genuinely wanting to know more about him. Lucius regards me for a while longer, tapping his finger against his collarbone before he relents with a sigh. I see no reason to keep this secret from you. The portrait depicts the reigning monarch who exiled me here over 300 years ago. Her Majesty, Hildegard Edgehaven. Oh. I had suspected we've both been punished by members of the royal family, but to have it confirmed, my mind races and I bite my lip. I don't want to upset him any further with a poorly timed question. Carry on asking whatever you like, Vikra. Within reason, I will indulge your curiosity. My questions burst from me like water from a long-suffering dam. How did you come upon such a portrait? I hear it's illegal to depict the faces of the royal family in common artwork. Just having one in your possession, it's an open act of rebellion, isn't it? His lip lifts to one side, taking on a smug edge. I am well aware. What further punishments do you think the current crown can bestow upon me if they find out? Perhaps they will banish me to a different estate? Or perhaps they'll stop sending me guests, hoping in vain that I'll dry up like a prune from the lack of blood and attention. To answer your question, I described her face to an artist for memory. So you've seen her. You knew her from before. What did you do to Queen Hildegard? Did you break into her wine cellar, or were you her former lover? She exiled you when she caught you in bed with another? Disgusting. No. At least he has taste and decorum. We were never thus involved. Besides, I prefer to take one partner at a time. Juggling two seems taxing at best. I mean, that depends on your taste. I think. There's plenty of people who do. But based on your logic, on what you said when you met me, you must have committed a crime so deeply grievous, utterly heinous, to have been sent here. Am I wrong? It has been a long time since I last felt like I was sitting in a confessional booth. I don't miss the glint of amusement that dances across his otherwise unflappable features. What of you, I did ask you first, as you said, and all this time I have been dying to know what unforgivable crime you committed. Oh, I've made a vampire feel like he's dying. Quite the feat on my part. I sneeze. You really must get indoors. Come, I'll walk with you. You'll not be beset by distant screams while I am by your side. Yes, all right. Let's get indoors. How about a hint, then? A hint about what? You're still thinking about it. You're insatiable. It's one of my most charming personality traits. Come on, let's trade hints about why we're here, what crimes we committed. Will you go first? I will go first. He seems satisfied with that. Hi, Ethereal. How are you doing tonight? Watching the little cat dance is adorable. That's good. How's your birthday going? That's good. I know I said it before, but again, happy birthday, Ethereal. We're just kind of having some mellow vibes here tonight. Doing a little story game. That's actually, I'm liking it a lot. But I might actually take a little break here in a bit so I can eat some pizza. I would at least want to get to the next chapter before doing that, though. So, where was I? He seems satisfied with that, though he's also decides to occupy his hands with a cleaning cloth. I watch him clean every surface he touches like a whirlwind of sanitation. He tends to settle into one of the various lounge chairs during our nightly performances, but without the backdrop of my music, I notice he seldom likes to hold still. Well, I'm waiting for your hint. Ah, I haven't come up with a hint yet. I glance down at my lute and the songwriting journal, trying to remember what it was like when I first held them in my hands. I remember how jealous the other girls were when our overseers chose to train me and as an entertainer. It was a coveted position, and I was so proud. I remember the crushing disillusionment when I realized they would never allow me to play or to speak freely, the strict, inflexible lessons where they rapped my knuckles with a cane for the slightest mistake. I remember how I swore that one day I'd say and do whatever the hell I wanted. Damn the consequences. You already know that I have a dogged penchant of speaking my mind, Lucius. I grew up in a stifled home where this attitude was deeply discouraged. Once I broke free of them, I didn't want to hold myself back. I was drawn to everything I couldn't do while I was growing up. I wanted to see the world, and I did. There are times I've been relentless, unreasonable, and careless, all in the name of acting freely. It's gotten me into trouble more than once. Being sent here is the latest in a long line of consequences I've brought upon myself. I see. You grew up among people who wanted to break your spirit and punish you when you didn't bend. The stifled home you describe sounds a lot like an alluvian one. You'd have much in common with the children here. More than you know. I bite the inside of my cheek, taking a moment to weigh my options. As far as I can tell, he's been honest with me. Should I not be honest with him in turn? Lucius, I'm from here. I'm from Illuvia. What? So you do know all of the Illuvians' beliefs and customs, yet the way you act and carry yourself is in spite of them. It seems we are both rather insolent, you and I, though they should have given you credit for turning out as entertaining as you did. I don't act this way to spite them, not intentionally. I ran away at a young age and haven't returned in years. I suppose I've shed what little Illuvian manners I have had. But if you left to see the world, why in heaven did you come back? Don't you now owe me a hint? A hint. He echoes me, folding his arms in front of his chest. He finally ceased cleaning, or perhaps ran out of things to clean, and has settled into his usual velvet chaise. A hint about what I did to end up here? Lucius aims his face at the ceiling as if he could see the stars through it, if he stared hard enough. I don't think I did anything wrong, Vikra. You don't? After I made myself vulnerable, told him where I'm from, and detailed the shortcomings of my personality, the nerve. What does that even mean? You don't think you did anything wrong? How does that qualify as a hint? That doesn't... I falter as I notice that Lucius isn't arguing with me or even looking my way. Will you play me the song you are practicing outside, Vikra? I fear we do not have all the time in the world. I will be forced to return to my coffin before long. Forced? You say it as if you can't sleep in a bed with curtains drawn shut. I would if I could. I dearly miss sleeping in a bed. Wait. You actually can't sleep in a bed. Why not? Questions, questions. Despite his griping, Lucius does not leave me in suspense. Vampires are prone to compulsion. Universally, they cannot enter one's home without an invitation, and they cannot set foot across running water. I hear some vampires are even compelled to count spilled seed and grain, or to count the holes in a fishing net. I have an additional compulsion, a curse, courtesy of Her Majesty Hildegard, Edgehaven. When she had me exiled, she also used sorcery to bind me to a coffin. I cannot stray far from it, lest my insides twist upon themselves, strangling me from within. What the actual hell? This bitch. The first night I resisted the coffin's call and slept in a separate chamber, I awoke vomiting blood. Naturally, this is far from ideal. I need to retain all the blood I have. Well, yeah. You asked me if I hated the subject of the portrait. While it's true that my anger has faded into exhaustion, I do still find her abominable. Oh, damn. She knew how I despised tight spaces. That's fucked up. Oh, gods. Lucius, that's terrible. Terrible enough for us to move on to your nightly performance? Yes, of course. Forgive me. I clear my throat, brushing my fingers over my neck. What are you doing now? Is that where you'd like me to bite you? What? I yank my hand away from my neck as if I touched a hot pan. Lucius. I jest. If I bite you there, you would die from blood loss. Though I would bite you if you asked it of me. Are you so certain that you're not interested in eternal life? Sir? Can I? I want to do that. You keep talking like a man who no longer wants to hear a song. Lucius raises his hands in surrender, though I catch sight of his shoulders still quaking with amusement. Okay, that's actually kind of cute. Okay, before going into this chapter, I'm going to take a short break and eat something. So, I will be back in about, say, 5 minutes or so. I will be right back, guys. Until then, I will have some music playing for y'all. That was weird. I don't know why my little guy got angry there. That's okay, though. Oh, you're really doing that con crunch, dang it, aren't ya? All right. And going into chapter 5. The heavens are generous with the rain this year. Within a fortnight of my stay, black clouds had begun blotting out the moon. A few days later, we were neck-deep in alluvian rainfall season. At first, I was nervous that the moat would overflow and flood the estate, but the weather was wickedly fickle. The rain frequently stopped and began anew, like a broken music box. Thank you for the sub with Prime Live. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. The heck? Why you got double things popping up? I'll fix things. Thank you so much for that. And? Oh, shit. Thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you. Yeah, you keep sitting there giggling. I'm gonna have to go in and fix my alerts. God damn it. That's okay, though. Nonetheless, the ground outside was perpetually muddy. I spent a lot of time indoors. I gotta fix mine, because mine are duplicating for some reason. I got the Twitch ones that I thought I turned off. And then something else. I don't know what that is. Mine's just being weird. I'll fix it later. I spent a lot of time indoors. I was reluctant to soil the only boots I owned, and Lucius gave me hell whenever I left dirty footprints in the halls. Tonight, a thick fog hangs like a curtain outside. I mean, OBS doesn't like some of my stuff either. It's okay, though. The windows shake and rattle, straining against the storm. Because I'm disinclined to set foot into violently dreary weather, I decide this is an optimal opportunity to write some new songs. I was surprised to find a number of brushes, parchment, and writing quills stowed away in a cupboard, and even more surprised to find an inkwell that hadn't dried out. I recall how the vampire told me a household artist once. He'd housed an artist once, and tried to picture whether said artist would have single-handedly smuggled all these materials. He must have been much sneakier than me, or had a lot more pockets. If I were him, I would have prioritized smuggling in some food and weapons instead of art supplies. But I should be grateful to him in any case. I made myself a bowl of soup, boiled turnip and mushroom, so I could write without being interrupted by hunger. Lucius's disgusting fish can only tide me over for so long. While I never had much interest in cooking and often survived on trail rations in the past, I do not know how to feed myself. I do know how to feed myself in a pinch. Well, that's good. I'm glad you know how to feed yourself. Although my soup is only palpable due to some dried herbs I scrounged from a near-empty pantry. There may be unforeseen perks to living in a vampire's castle, but gourmet meals are certainly not one of them. Thankfully, I've never had much interest in the finer things. While my soup cools, I start a small fire to keep myself warm. On the whole, my impromptu little workspace is comfortable. I've always wanted a writing nook, and this may be the closest I'll ever get to having one. Unfortunately. I tap the nib of my quill against the writing desk, glaring at the blank, loose-leaf piece of parchment. Call me a perfectionist, but I refuse to transcribe a song into my journal until I'm certain it's amazing. Besides, I found it's more freeing to write when I don't care for the paper I'm using. I scratch the word before my quill completes the arc of the E. Oh, damn. I have everything I need to write, don't I? But now that I am sitting down to do it, my head feels as foggy as the weather outside. Maybe I'm being too hard on myself. Let's try this again. There once was an old farmer who... The weight of each word feels hackneyed and rotten, like old apples. I feel like I'm choking on them. I flip the parchment over, feeling miserable with contempt. Stupid blank page. Before long, I find myself leafing backwards through my journal. It doesn't contain much of my original work, honestly. To survive as a traveling bard, I've had to memorize and rewrite songs that were already popular, already known. Original work, I quickly learned, was not often well received in an unruly tavern. I've been booed, had tomatoes thrown at me, and I've even gotten into brawls because someone wanted to hear a song I didn't know how to play. So I had to learn. I had to adapt. I had to make it work at times. At times, I've even stolen promising lyrics from my peers and rivals. I hated doing it, but I did it anyway. And all for what? Freedom? Coin? Glory? Gods. With so much time to think, I can't help wondering if the life I've led has been one worth living. The vampire was right about the maddening silence. It must be well past midnight. Lucius should be here any minute now. I realize when that, while thoughts of his arrival used to fill me with dread, I've recently looked forward to seeing him. We've been surprising each other with how easily the conversation came, how willing we are to talk. I often find myself trying to stay awake to finish a thought, only to be shooed to bed the moment he catches me yawning. As much as it pains me, I just can't get the hang of the night cycles. I've tried, because being in his company is far more preferable to being stuck with my own. This leaves me cherishing the few hours we have together each night. Without even realizing it, I had flipped through every page of my songs. My hand pauses over the inside cover of my journal. I gaze absent-mindedly at the strange runic symbol on the front page, some sort of bejeweled pendant encircled by not a half wreath of thorns, which has somehow resisted fading no matter how often I touched it over the years. Brushing over the bold red ink, I wonder if I'm imagining the faintly sharp prickle across the pads of my fingers. Below the symbol, written in hurried, clumsy scrawl, are the words, "Keep safe, O." I once felt safe, I felt at ease from such simple words. Looking at them now only tightens the knot in the pit of my gut. Maybe this is a sign that I just need to move on to bigger and better things, that I've been too rooted in the past. I shut the journal. My chair squeals against the floor as I stand, resting my palms on either side of the blasted book. I could toss it into the fireplace if I wanted. Here and now, I could break the final chains linking me to my past. Keep safe. Those were her instructions to me. Try as I might, I can't define them. I gather the journal into my arms, cradling it against my chest. For a moment, I can still feel the blossom of warmth from the words. Keep safe. I'm going to go find Lucius. The silence is truly maddening. I gather my things, striding out into the hall, only to collide unwittingly into the vampire lurking outside. He catches me by the forearm, taking a step back to keep us balanced, although my journal and supplies tumble to the floor. Lucius. Vikra. Lucius releases me once he's sure I'm steady and immediately bends to pick up the mess. No, don't. I seize the journal and hold it away from him. He eyes me with some measure of confusion, but shrugs and picks up the loose parchment instead. I see you found some old supplies. I'm glad they're getting some use, though I really thought the ink would have dried by now. What have you written so far? There once was an old man in a farm. I snatched the documents from him. I won't have you making fun of my first drafts. What are you doing out here? I didn't wish to disturb you. You looked like you were trying to focus. In vain, perhaps. There was not much to disturb. But you were trying to be considerate. Thank you. Lucius nods, dismissive but polite. He doesn't like to acknowledge gratitude. For you to rush out of the chamber like a bat from a cave, why? Rushing to seek inspiration elsewhere? No. Gods, I can't just admit that I wanted to talk to him until I forget my grievances. Isn't it time for our nightly ballad? He watches me through narrowed eyes, but favors me with a small smile. You need not hurry for such a thing. If you wish to write tonight, you may write. Come. What? Wait. Lucius all but pulls me back into the chamber, coaxing me to be seated once again at the writing desk. I scowl at him, drawing my knees to my chest. Lucius, you don't... Heels off the furniture. Well, that's actually a given. Don't put your feet on someone else's stuff. That's kind of gross. I scowl at him harder, but lower my legs to flatten my heels on the floor. I wanted to write, but I couldn't think of anything. You also never finished your soup. It's gone cold. He looks pointedly at my bowl. You're a terribly slow eater, aren't you? I may yet expire before you've finished it. I am not a slow eater. I am a distracted eater. Why? Do you want my soup? Here. I push it towards him. He gently pushes it back. No, thank you. My taste buds aren't quite what they used to be. A mortal's meal may as well be a mouthful of dust. That's kind of gross to think about. That explains your cooking. Lucius arches a brow at me. Forgive me. That was uncalled for. Have I done something to annoy you? No, not at all. I just... I chew my lip. I don't think I want to write anymore, and I don't want any more of this soup. Ah, I was presumptuous then. I wouldn't go that far. Look, can we just talk for a while? That was what I wanted. He extends his arm, gesturing for me to take the opposite seat to him. I relocate gratefully, away from the writing desk, slumped into the cushioned bench. You have something on your mind? Yes, no, yes. But I don't want to talk about it. I understand. What would you like to discuss instead? Lucius leans forward with his elbows propped on his knees. With the candid way he's staring at me, I almost feel like I can tell him anything. But I'd rather not talk about myself. Not yet. What do you eat? I mean, you sustain yourself with blood, but if you only get a guest every couple of years, and even then sometimes you let them go or don't feed on them at all, I can make do with animal blood. Fish, mostly. The moat is rich with them. Oh, that really explains his cooking. That's another thing I've been wondering. If you can't cross water, how do you get the fish? By using tools like a civilized mammal. So, a fishing rod. You fish? Sometimes I use a net, sometimes I use a spear and some rope. I have a very strong throwing arm. Against my better judgment, I observe his shoulders and upper arms, searching for any hints of bulging muscle under his sleeves. If Lucius notices me doing it, he keeps it to himself. For that matter, I'm surprised you haven't asked how I intend to ensure your freedom when I myself cannot cross the water. Because I haven't thought about what I'll do when I leave. The thought feels like an anchor in my chest, a heavy reminder of the future. I presumed you'd tell me when it was time. Of course. I can also tell you early. I will simply throw you across the moat like a javelin. Well, I feel like that's not the greatest idea. You wouldn't. He practically cackles as I recoil from him. I wouldn't. There's another way. I will show you in due time. Oh, then, good. We lapse into hollow silence as my mind wanders back to my troubles until the vampire starts making a tutting sound at me. He studies my face with intent, and I realize too late that my pleasantly neutral facade has at some point fallen into a frown. You're in low spirits tonight. Is the weather bringing you down? How else can I help? I suppose I could try telling you a joke, but I only know the one, and no, I shouldn't. I will refrain. It is quite filthy. I want to know the dirty joke. I might get to know the dirty joke. That piques my interest. I don't mind dirty jokes. I've spent a lot of time in taverns, you know. I'm almost certain I've heard them all. No, Vikra, you don't understand. This is not meant for polite company. I want to know the dirty joke. We don't need to be polite company all the time, do we? We can be a little impolite. It is not a little impolite. It is unforgivably dirty. I feel like with how much you're saying this, it is not going to be dirty at all, and you're just blowing it out of proportion. Let's be honest here, buddy. Please, Lucius. Very well. You can't say I didn't warn you. It's not too late to change your mind. Lucius, you're killing me. Do you want me to beg? I don't think I can go on without hearing it. His laugh is a low rumble in his chest, and he still makes me wait several seconds before he finally delivers his dirty joke. A white horse falls into waist-deep mud. That's it. Oh my god, you motherfucker. That's it. That's the dirtiest joke you know. What? Wait a minute. He tricked me. He played me for a fool. Oh, I should be so furious with him, but indignant laughter is already bubbling from between my lips. Oh, what? How dare you? It's not even funny. You're the worst. My laughter ripples into a snort, and I know it's futile to try and contain it. Lucius smiles at me all the while, incorrigibly satisfied. Gods, I hate this vampire. I had a similar reaction when I first heard the joke. It pleased me to do it with some justice. It pleases me to do it some justice. You burst out laughing. I don't remember my exact reaction. It was a long time ago. Well, do you remember who taught you that joke? A former guest. Gillian? Lucius's face softens and my laughter stops like a clogged drain. There's that sadness again. He didn't try to barter with that joke, did he? Oh gods, can you imagine? No, this was before I began bartering with people. A darker time. Were your darker times lifted with a joke about a white horse? Lucius smiles at me wryly. Wearily. Ugh. Is that Riley? I don't know anymore. Words are hard. Would you like me to tell you about him? I'm surprised at myself when the words spill from my mouth. Not if it troubles you. I mean, if you wish to tell me, I will listen. Lucius hesitates, tapping his collarbone until he musters the initiative to speak. When I was first exiled to this estate 300 years ago, there truly was no escape. I frequently fought with the desperate men and women who were sent here. They feared me even when I showed them kindness and reason, and made a point to attack me when I least expected it. My spine stiffens. That frightened, desperate outlook sounds grimly similar to my own back when I first arrived. You had no choice but to defend yourself. I did try other methods in hopes of coexisting, of earning their trust, but yes, they tended to turn on me regardless. It often resulted in a fight to the death, their death, at my hands. I never could resist untying them. I felt a certain kinship for them, I suppose, before it was inevitably dashed. It was never difficult to overpower them. They were mere humans, and I was an immortal being. I was becoming more powerful with age. Until one day, when I was careless, I had subdued an intruder and left her at the brink of death. Unbeknownst to me, conditions were ripe for her to turn. As a vampire spawn, she was vicious. Her anger overpowered any compulsion I had over her, and she managed to run me through in the same moment I ripped out her throat. Lucius's hands hovers over his chest where his wound must have been. I was alive, but when I was pinned down, paralyzed in place, I was lucky to have fallen in the shadows near my coffin. Vampire Spawn was not so lucky. She was well and truly dead, and so she began to decompose. Though those claws remained embedded in my chest as a parting gift. I was perpetually awake, but I could not move. I must have laid there for nearly 2 years. Lucius, I'm so sorry. You run into a lot of strife when you become as old as I have. It's not unusual. Yes, but it must have been harrowing. Mostly. I was just bored. He's being aloof, but his hand is massaging his chest right above his heart. I assume he doesn't want to show weakness. Gillian was the one who found me there. He gave me a wide berth at first, approached only to use the vampire spawn's claws to cut his bonds before jumping away. Comical, really. But then I was practically a husk. I could sense him, but I could not move and could not speak. I would sense him coming and going each night, wandering this state much like you've been doing. After some time, he returned to my side and tugged the claws out of my chest. He what? I knew the story must have been leading there, but it was still a bit of a shock. Why on earth would someone release a petrified vampire? He must have been incredibly kind. I suppose he felt some kinship for you. You were both trapped. He certainly was kind. Much too kind, I think. Lucius chuckles quietly. He was the one who drew that portrait, the scrap you found. We burned wood together to make charcoal, and he made all kinds of artwork during his stay. I destroyed much of his work when I lost him. I regret allowing my emotions to get in the way of reason. It just wasn't fair, the way he convinced me to have compassion for others, the way his gentle nature allowed us to gather a motley little group. It wasn't fair the way he... This little group of guests I had, they're the ones who figured out a way to escape this blasted estate. I encouraged Gillian to go with them, but he wanted to stay behind. He wanted to stay with me. Which meant, of course, that my very next guest was a cruel one. I woke to the intruder rifling through my things while Gillian bled out in the courtyard. What the actual fuck? No. Oh my god. I'm totally not gonna cry. Death is a fate all mortals share. I know it all too well, but it shouldn't have been his time. As I let the story sink in, my next words are quietly careful. Did you kill his murderer? Ruthlessly, but it gave me no satisfaction. Lucius heaved a heavy, shuddering breath. Gillian was still gone. I was alone again, and I had no one else to blame. Oh. My fucking heart, man. Oh, which one? Frack. I don't know which one to choose, guys. I kind of... No, I'm gonna go with ask him if he was in love with them, or like, do you? Oh no! Damn it! Do you wish? I want to just. Okay, we're gonna go with that one. We'll go see where it goes. You become more direct with each passing day, Vikra. Yes, I loved him. I'm no stranger to the company of men, women, and anyone in between. Neither was he. Okay. I mean, fair. At the same time, but like, damn. Though many years have passed, I still remember him fondly. He was a good man. It was some time after that when I began bartering with my guests. Immediately offering them freedom made them cagey. They suspected me of foul play and being up to something. It was as if they needed to pay a price for their freedom. It helped them feel at ease and control. It helped them make sense of Lucius' gestures to himself. I remember the scuffle we had when I first arrived, the way he disarmed me, but otherwise kept his distance, the way he prowled around and said those menacing things. You had to play the part people expected of you. It is exhausting, but they fear me more if I don't. And of course, bartering does not come from a place of pure altruism. It gives me something to look forward to, alleviates my apprehension of what the next guest will have in store. When one finds himself acting as the queen's personal executioner, the odds are high that some of the people she sends will be dangerous. Though occasionally I will receive someone kind enough to offer a listening ear. Like Gillian. Like you. I blink at him, bewildered. Gillian was kind, but he was a notoriously bad listener. He would have interrupted me 10 times just then, usually with some absurd tangent about how he thought snails were effervescent. What? What I mean to say is, thank you for listening to my sad old tale about a lost love. I've never told it to anyone before. Can I ask you one more question? Of course. Anything. Something about that last word makes my stomach flutter. No, I must be hungry. I grab my deserted bowl and sip at the cold soup. If Gillian was such a good man, what did he do to get sent here? What was his crime? Lucius outright grins at the question. He edges a little closer to me as if he wishes to rope me into a conspiracy. Oh God. Supposedly, he painted an unflattering portrait of a nobleman's daughter. What? That's it? Yes, and Gillian couldn't help it. He was both an architect and prestigious painter, lauded for his accuracy and attention to detail. To willfully make the girl more beautiful than she was, well, it would have been a lie, and it would have tarnished his good name. The daughter's betrothed took one look at the portrait and canceled their arrangement, leaving the nobleman high and dry with an unwed daughter. Jesus Christ. The nobleman needed someone to take the fall and convince the crown to send Gillian here. But it wasn't Gillian's fault. The man had an ugly daughter. Damn. Okay. I clasp my hand over my mouth. My giggles are punctuated only by the sound of crackling fire. I hadn't anticipated that Lucius would make me laugh more than once, let alone show such vulnerability tonight. And it's so odd. It sounds like the artist was punished for revealing the truth, even if it wasn't entirely his intent to do so. In a way, I suppose I swivel my lute into my lap and gaze down at it. It's awash in glowing firelight. I think I'm ready to tell you what I did, Lucius. He straightens immediately at attention. Really? Yes. You've kept me waiting for so long. I didn't expect... Hold on, just a moment. I need a drink. Shall I fetch you a glass as well? I think it will be nice to keep my throat from going dry, yes. What do you have on the menu? Wine. You have wine? Where? Since when? I mean, sure, if you don't mind sharing. Lucius shoots me a mysterious winning grin before he stalks off into the halls. Where does he hide these things? Every so often, Lucius will present me with some new object or tool from God knows where. Just earlier this week, he fetched me a ladder to climb the ledge when I complained about running out of bathing water. Once I climbed up, he made me promise not to attempt the perilous journey of swimming across the moat, and then handed me a bucket and told me to take all the water I needed. I could swear I've walked through every hall and peeked in every room. Not once have I ever seen any ladders or buckets until he materialized them into existence. Maybe he knows creation spells, conjuration magic. A vampire who knows magic. That'll be the day. Lucius returns with a muse, as I must muse over the idea, presenting me with my promised glass. Deep red wine sloshes gently within, glistening like black opal in the room's low light. I would have brought you an entire barrel, but wine is hard to come by around these parts. Better to be frugal with it. You can carry an entire barrel. I told you, I have a strong arm. When I first arrived, I even hauled my coffin up all those flights of stairs. Jesus, you're a strong man. Admittedly, it was exhausting. I was strong enough to do it, but I don't have unlimited stamina. And why are you hauling your coffin upstairs? You wanted to be closer to the sky? You know me so well already. Lucius returns to his seat, crosses his legs, sipping his wine and peering at me over the rim. He looks very at ease indeed. At ease and powerful. I take a slow gulp of my own wine. It's sweeter than I expected, with an undertone of currants and plums. Well, hang on. If you're strong, how was I able to escape you? I yanked myself free when I first arrived. That sounds dangerously close to a complaint, Vikra. I'm just curious. I don't begrudge you for it, but surely you've realized by now that I am very disciplined and have incredible self-control. I released you because I had no desire to restrain you. You were acting like a street cat who didn't want to be held, and I did not wish to be scratched. Gee, thanks. Discipline, incredible self-control. You're full of praise for yourself tonight, Lucius. I'm serious. These attributes of my character ensure that I would never bring harm to you. Not unless you asked it of me. I cough into my wine. What is that supposed to mean? Do you need water? No, I'm fine. Can he hear how fast my heart is beating? I pluck absent-mindedly at my lute strings, still uncertain if I'm ready to reveal the parts of myself I'd rather forget. But he has been vulnerable with me. It's only fair that I be vulnerable with him in turn. And there's no time like the present. I should start with some context. I told you before that I grew up here in Illuvia. I neglected to mention that it was an orphanage, Nightingale Gardens Home for Girls. His lips just barely twitch as if he recognizes the name. I wouldn't be surprised if so. It's a very old, long-established institution. One of his previous guests might have mentioned it or grew up there like me. Everyone told me it was an enviable place to be, especially the matrons, who were always so proud to work there. They told me girls would go as far as to murder their own parents in hopes of being sent to Nightingale Gardens. Never heard of it actually happening, but that was the prevailing attitude. Because the girls of this orphanage were guaranteed to have a place in high society, we were educated vigorously in matters of court, history, handwriting, sewing, and entertainment. Once every several dozen years, the best and brightest girl was even chosen to become Illuvia's next queen. Did they have that tradition when you were human, Lucius? Yes. I believe I heard something about it in passing, but it was so long ago. Well, the tradition was in full swing when I was young. The last queen was growing old and infirm, and there were talks that the new queen would be chosen soon. How fortunate for you, yes? You could have been chosen. No, I hated it there. It was stuffy and full of pompous snobs. The matrons had our entire lives planned out for us, without once stopping to ask what we wanted to do. And they had the nerve to act like I should keep my mouth shut and be grateful. The other girls seemed content with their lot, which meant they didn't understand how I felt. They kept me at arm's length. I hated the pressure to succeed and got into a lot of trouble. Even back then, I never would have been in line for the throne. The closest person I had to a friend was an older girl named Ophelia. She was in line for the throne. We all knew she would be chosen too because she was perfect. She was beautiful, graceful, and always seemed to say the right thing. Always. She was always talking about the changes she'd like to make, the ways she'd like to improve our kingdom. She does sound lovely, but Vikra, forgive me for saying this. No one is perfect. Surely your Ophelia is not exempt. He looks a little surprised when I start laughing. You're right. You're absolutely right. Ophelia was a God-forsaken rascal. She'd lie through her teeth with a smile, and no one was any the wiser. That she let me see her naughty, conniving side. I felt special, you know? And she truly did want to make things better. She was clever and sharp as a knife, but she did care about the people around her. At least that's what I believed. More wine? Yes, please. I drink deeply from my refilled glass before continuing. So when Ophelia was chosen and packed her bags, she promised me up and down that she would write every day, every single day. I knew that it was forbidden for Eluvia's crown to contact the world outside. We both knew that. Every queen was meant to cut all ties with everyone she ever knew before she was chosen. That was the rule. But I believed her, you know? She was so much smarter than me and so crafty. I really thought she'd find a way. I pat the cover of my songwriting journal, which I had placed at my side. I always try to keep it near even when it pains me. But all she ever sent me was this book with empty pages and a hurried little note on the inside cover. I thought she was encouraging me to write my songs in it, and it made me happy for a time, but I never heard from her again. Lucius is watching me with his full attention. I can't stop now. So what else could I do? I begged the matrons to grant me a position in the castle. I begged them day and night. All I wanted was to see Ophelia again. Until finally, they snapped at me and told me to stop asking. They told me they barely managed to secure a position for me once as a court entertainer in a faraway land, and that I needed to be grateful. But I wasn't grateful. I argued with them until they took me by the ear and showed me what for. I'll never forget it, how they told me to grow up and stop being childish, while they raked me across the back. Apparently, my destination had no complaints about women with whipping scars. Vikra. I ran away soon after that, with just the clothes I wore and, honestly, the very things I have with me now. the loot they gave me, the songwriting journal from Ophelia, and a handful of coins. Lucius spoke slowly, reluctant to interject, but unable to contain his curiosity. Your crime was running away from this wretched orphanage? Oh, no, not at all. I gave them the slip. His shoulders sag with relief. I wager he feels some kinship with the little girl I once was. I went on to become a traveling vagabond for many years. I performed everywhere I could and saw the world. It was difficult in its own way. People distrusted a new face, and meaningful connections were hard to come by. I was even accused of witchcraft sometimes, for some reason. Something about corrupting their women and stealing their men with siren songs. Some days were freeing and exciting back then, while other days made me feel like a ghost in search of a final resting place. But no matter what I did or where I went, I couldn't stop thinking about Ophelia. Did you have feelings for this Ophelia of yours? Gods, Lucius, she was practically an adult and I was 6. Which means, yes, I was absolutely obsessed with her. Oh no. Not that she ever seemed to fancy anyone. I'd ask her, if she found some boy or girl attractive. She had this way of wrinkling her nose as she turned down every single one. Like you. Like, I gawk at him. I notice you wrinkle your nose sometimes when you find something disagreeable. Were you not aware? My face suddenly feels rather hot. Anyway. Well, you know how young girls idolize older women? I do. Yeah, Wait, you do? Yes, I had a younger sister once. We never had the chance to grow close, but I knew they were eager to idolize. That's news to me. I start to ask him about it, but he holds up a hand to stop me. Please, continue on with your tale. I apologize for the interrupt. He grimaces suddenly, and my brows knit with concern. It's not the first time I've seen that expression. Oh, finally, back with the voice acting. Ha!
I'm fine. The coffin.
He flinches as he takes a deep breath.
I'll be fine for a while now. It just calls to me sometimes.
You need to go back early.
Oh, damn. Lucius slams his fist onto the arm of his seat. His wine jostles slightly in the other hand.
No. I'll not let it squander the little time I have away from it.
Ooh. I love this. It's actually really fun.
Forgive me, please.
I tap my fingers against the cover of my journal, feeling a little agitated, but wanting to gratify his wishes. He'll get upset if I speed through the story, but I can try to shorten it for him.
Even from distant ears, I would hear terrible gossip about you meeting this young queen. Apparently, she did nothing to prepare anyone's life but her own.
Oh, no.
She kept our cruelest traditions intact, torturing and slaughtering people in droves. Most notably, she kept the tradition of sacrificing people to the clouds and death.
Mm-mm. Cheeky shite.
You did it.
Lucius is torn perfectly between horrified and scandalously amused, clasping his hand over his jaw in disbelief.
I did. Do you want to hear the song?
His gestures were enthusiastically erratic now. He waves for me to go on and can hardly sit still as he pours himself more wine. As for me, I set my glass down and clear my throat. I'm not skipping the song. Jesus Christ. When Lucius applauds me, it's as gradual as it is resonant. The very furniture around us seems to shudder in response.
Gods.
Subdued version. Back in horrid high was screaming the lyrics at the top of my lungs.
I only wish I could have seen it for myself. It must have been radiant.
Lucius looks at me with plain, unmistakable admiration. I feel my cheeks growing warm again, but I tell myself it's just the wine.
I always knew a little was full of busybody moralists. They punish you so greatly for such a thing. Simply ungrateful.
I love this man.
Oh, I don't know about greatly, but I like it here.
And I am having you here.
Our eyes meet with a slow yet abrupt understanding of each other. We're so alike in so many ways, I can hardly believe it. The storm had stopped at some point. It's quiet enough that I can hear his breath steady and strong even from this distance. Well. And then he grimaces again. I pivot in time to see the sky now clear of black clouds, shifting into the first dusky hints of daybreak. Lucius. Yes, I'm going. No need to rush me. You may have the rest of this wine if it pleases you. He smiles at me one last time, strained and fleeting, before he turns into mist and disappears into the shadows. I'll see you tomorrow night, Lucius. I know I'm speaking into an empty room. I know it all too well, but I already miss him. Oh, my heart. Oh, my God. I actually want to know how long. The hell? Oh, it's fine by me. That's fine. After staying up all night exchanging bittersweet memories of the vampire, I should have been more than ready to fall into 100-year slumber. Yet I toss and I turn for hours. My mind is once again filled with locusts, but instead of wheedling questions, this time they whisper ideas. I stride out of my chambers with a groan, raking my hands through my haphazard bedhead. I sit harder than I intend to at the blasted writing desk, and I steadily begin to write. I would write the truth, just as I did when I sang before the queen and her court. I would write the truth about this vampire who's been banished to an abandoned estate. People need to know that his humanity is not lost as lost as they say. Oh no, Lilith, don't be a menace. That's bad. Menace kitty. Well, I mean, cats like boxes, so it makes sense. When I get out of here, people will know. My quill scrawls to a stop. When I get out of here. How many songs have I played for him now? On the lunar eclipse, I had played my 10th song. Earlier tonight must have been my 13th. I still have a ways to go before I am free, but I've made significant headway on my debt to him. No use thinking about it now. I still have time to decide what I want to do. I nod to myself and bow my head as I continue writing. I wake slowly to a light pattering of rain outside with my cheek pressed against the desk and drool seeping from the side of my lips. Blearily, I wipe my mouth and squint at the loose-leaf paper in front of me. I had written only 2 legible verses before I was overtaken by exhaustion. The rest were either bitterly scratched out or scarcely decipherable. I sigh, reaching up to scratch my head and promptly knock over the inkwell. Shit! I hiss out another string of curses as the ink spreads around the desk and drips off the side. Instinctively, I save the journal and end up sacrificing my meager verses to the fast-spreading black pond. Oh, damn it. Damn it. What a waste. What is wrong with me lately? Lucius is going to be angry with me. Where is the damn cleaning cloth he always uses? I turn to and fro and realize with growing dismay that he always seems to have it on hand. He must keep it on his person. But maybe he has a spare in the rafters. Maybe he keeps multiple rags near his person. To be safe, I search through all the cabinets downstairs like a pillaging raccoon. Not a single rag turns up. Knowing that Lucius will be even angrier if I use a blanket or, gods forbid, a curtain to clean up the mess, I seem to have no choice but to venture upstairs. My hand traces the familiar cracks and bumps of the cobblestone walls, a tactile map I've learned to use due to the abysmal lighting of the stairwell. There are no windows to light my path, and the torches must have burned themselves down to smoldering husks an eternity ago. As I climb, I try to plant my feet towards the edge of each step, not only to keep my balance, but to reduce the chance of stepping on a groaning center plank. As a general policy, I found it best to avoid making undue noise. I'm winded by the time I reach the highest point in the estate, and I brace myself by resting my palms on my knees. Who in heaven decided it was a good idea to build something with so many stairs? I want to give them a piece of my mind. I spend the next half hour carefully rifling through the attic. There's an annoying number of decorative boxes and trinkets up here, and not nearly enough cleaning rags. I jerk to a stop as I wrench open a jewelry box to see contents within, realizing with added horror how my actions mirror the person who killed Lucius' artist, rifling through his things. I don't intend to steal anything. Lucius won't see me. I should still have another hour or two before he wakes up, but I take a slow breath, willing myself to calm down. Even if Lucius acts irritable sometimes, he never hesitates to forgive me in the same way I've never hesitated to forgive him. I feel like this is going to be a bad idea. You're going to make me cry. You are going to make me cry. I find myself fixating on a particular point within the open jewelry box. There's an oddly familiar sight there, a hint of a small engraved shape that tugs at my memory. I didn't notice it immediately because it's partially buried beneath strings of pearls and gemstones. I gently shift the valuables aside, allowing the subject of my focus to be laid bare. Ooh. It's a chunky, ornate ring, quite gaudy, really, and not something I'd ever be seen wearing. I pluck the item out of the box, peering at it in the dim darkness. I feel like this is just a really bad idea. I feel like you should just be like, hey, I need a cleaning rag. Knock on the coffin. There's no way. At the ring's center is an enormous opal stone, which glitters like a rainbow of fire, carved directly into... She already touched. She already touched. I recognize from the guardsmen's shields and from the banners adorning the queen's courtrooms. Oh no! Oh no! Without thinking, I put the ring in my mouth and bite down on the shank. What? It's dusty. Well, why'd you put it in your mouth? Why did you put it in your mouth? But I can feel the marks from my teeth imprinted in the metal. The body of the ring is made of pure gold. You had to... An actual genuine royal signet ring. Did a member of the crown barter for their freedom with this? Or maybe it was stolen and traded here by a thief. I don't like where this is going. Because it can't be that. A scream cuts through the attic and threatens to burst my eardrum. What is happening? I don't like it here. Oh no. As I fumble and nearly drop the ring. I cram the ring back into the jewelry box, slamming it shut before whirling around. The noise definitely came from the coffin. Lucius? As I call out, I'm met with another scream, even more frantic and agonizing than the first. I don't want to be here. The wooden box is tremoring hard enough that I worry it may topple over. I approach the noise. Every bone in my body shrieks for me to stay away, but my tremendous concern for him overwhelms every ounce of fear I have. Okay, at least she's concerned about him. The coffin is carved from black thornwood with a small divot imperfections chipped off the edges. It's definitely fallen over before. I rap my knuckles gently against the wood, no differently than I'd knock on a bedroom door. Lucius, can you hear me? The coffin lid thuds, as if in response. It continues to thud over and over as Lucius pounds his fist against the inside surface. Let me out. His roar is followed by a terrible, desperate noise of nails clawing against the wood. Bro, what is happening? Lucius, it's me. It's Vikra. Are you hurt? Stop. Stop this at once. I beg you, release me. I command you to release me this instant. Oh, okay. Let's let you out. The fact that it's not sundown yet makes me uneasy, but Lucius is clearly in distress. Even if he comes out early, he can stay in the shade. I hastily run my hands along the side of the coffin lid and pull. It doesn't budge, as if it's been nailed shut. I try to wrench it open from the opposite side. Coffin continues to hold fast, and Lucius screams and thrashes in its confines. What is happening? The coffin rocks in place. Its corners strike my torso as I maneuver around it, knocking the air from my lungs. Lucius, stop struggling. Please, why are you doing this to me? What have I done wrong? I'm trying to get you out. There's something wrong with this thing. It's jammed. Oh no. I've done everything you've asked. Everything I withdraw my hands with sharp recognition of his plight. Lucius isn't talking to me, even if his screams sound halfway coherent. Lucius, are you awake? He responds only with racked sobbing and a final weak thud. The source of the noise will not hurt you. He was so certain, so quick to assure me of my safety. I sigh through my nostrils, pressing my forehead against the lid. I'm here for you, all right, even if you can't hear me. I slump fully against the coffin, sliding against it as my hands curl into fists. I'll be here for as long as you need me. I am here. Hours pass. I continue speaking to him softly, even when he seems to be addressing someone else. I hold the coffin steady, straining my arms when it threatens to tumble onto its side. Sweat drips down my brow to my cheek, both from physical exhaustion and the emotional toil. But I don't want to abandon him. He doesn't have anybody else. My heart, don't do this to me. After an excruciating amount of time, he answers me with more noticeable coherence. His voice is grave, gravelly, and hoarse, and discernibly calmer compared to the earlier bellowing screams. Vikra, are you still there? Yes. The sun has gone down, hasn't it? Yes, at last. Lucius makes a small, curt noise of acknowledgement before he clears his throat. With a hollow, wooden groan, the lid of the coffin begins to give way. Through the sliver of an opening, I catch a glimpse of a torn velvet bedding and deep gouges in the wood. The lid hangs aloft, barely ajar, until Lucius's long fingers curl around the frame. He pushes it with visible effort, getting it to open enough to squeeze himself through. I scurry backwards to make room as Lucius staggers out, shoulders slumped and steps uneven. The coffin slams shut behind him, a ghastly sight that reminds me too much of a closing mouth. No. Lucius raises his chin briefly, staring down at me with darting, disbelieving eyes before he sags to the ground. I rush to his side, propping his back against the coffin. I'm sure this is the last thing he wants to touch, but it's the nearest solid surface. Lucius heaves a great dejected sigh and head lolls back against the lid. It can't be opened until the sun is gone. Curses are obnoxiously specific, airtight, much like the coffin itself. Though there are times I've woken up, spilled out of the damn thing because it rolled onto its side. Although he's panting and barely catching his breath, he can't quite keep his absurd commentary to himself. I should thank you for keeping it steady tonight, I presume. You are ridiculous. You go through this every single night? Are you hurt? It feels like just yesterday when you were suggesting I'd been amputated at the elbow and then miraculously healed from it with my mighty vampire powers. He chuckles to himself as if recalling a fond memory, and then he hangs his head between his knees. Without thinking twice, I reach out to rub wide, slow circles on his back. An intrusive fraction of my mind notices his body is warmer than I expected. Take your time. It bothers me that you're deflecting with humor, but we're a pair of pots and kettles, I suppose. But the pot could have capitalized on the opportunity to stab the kettle through the coffin. My hand slows, resting on his shoulder blade. Is that a request? No, don't answer that. I wasn't going to. It didn't even occur to me, Lucius. If I wanted to stab you, I would have done it weeks ago. How many times have you been stabbed? Before he can answer me, I turn to look at the coffin with new eyes. An innumerable amount of thin, discolored lines streak across its surface, particularly around the head and middle of the box. Though they were wood veins at first, but as I lean closer, I realize they're incisions, slits that have been since filled and stained. Some of them have the approximate width of a long sword. Lucius, this is absurdly horrific. This is no way for anyone to live. You don't deserve this. You're too kind, Vikra. A beat passes as he continues to breathe haggardly, still getting his bearings. Have you gotten any rest? He doesn't look up at me. He might not have the strength to do so. Have you? Touché. But I was technically asleep. Perhaps half asleep for some of it, but by and large, I was unconscious. I know. Gradually, he raises his eyes raised to meet mine. How would you know such a thing? My breath catches when faced with our sudden proximity. I retract my arm from his back, although I will myself to stay by his side. It's just, we normally keep such a civil distance from each other. I've never sat next to him until tonight. When I perform my songs for him, I'm the act, he's my audience. There's an invisible wall that separates us based on our differing status. The entertainer and the entertained. Here and now, I feel as though the wall has begun to crumble. You must think me a terrible housemate for screaming all day. No, not at all. Sorry, I'm tired. I bump my shoulder against his, my fingers fidget and lace together in my lap. An absent-minded little distraction that provides me a small measure of comfort. I remember what it was like. I used to get night terrors when I was a girl. Did you now? At the orphanage? Nightingale Gardens. Yes, and it was the worst place to get night terrors. Half the matrons thought I was possessed, the other half thought I was being intentionally maliciously disobedient. I can imagine. It was usually some reoccurring nightmares about rats, too, which was the worst. I still get them sometimes. If you don't mind me asking, what do you dream about? Do you remember? I don't know that I'd call it a dream. It's more akin to reliving a memory, the memory of when I was first exiled here. He taps the surface of his coffin and with the back of his knuckles. My surroundings in there look roughly the same, no matter the time period. I'm sure it contributes to my confusion. I've become convinced that this... Lucius looks at me, his eyes full of meaning that I can't quite... His eyes full of meaning that I can't quite decipher. Is a dream. This is a dream. And the inside of the coffin is my reality. Is there anything I can do? Can I get you something? Where do you keep your wine? I shift to stand, but Lucius catches my hand before I'm fully upright. Stay. He blinks rapidly and then drops his gaze to the floor, as if uncertain and surprised at himself, but he does not let go. His hand around mine is gentle and apprehensive. Please stay seated. Stay with me a while longer. Acquiescing without difficulty, I lower myself onto my knees. He seems to breathe more easily when I'm by his side. We stare out at the expansive glass window for a time, content to be quiet together. Of course, Lucius doesn't like remaining quiet for long. You know, I may feel better if you regale me with more miserable tales from your childhood. I wrinkle my nose at him and whack his shoulder with the back of my hand. He flinches, but I can feel his body quaking with quiet laughter. I'm serious. You mentioned something about rats. Why would they plague your dreams so? I'm afraid of them. They seem to have taken it upon themselves to haunt me. Although this estate has been marvelously rat-free. Yes, they'd have to try quite hard to cross the moat. Is there a story behind this fear of yours? Did you lose your parents to a drove of rats? I don't remember enough of my infancy to say either way. My earliest memories were in Nightingale Garden. Although there was this one time. I cut myself off with a snicker, which makes Lucius tilt his head with me with a wry, curious smile, a wordless request for me to finish my thought. Forgive me. It's just the stupidest thing. There was a time when food was going missing from the kitchens. The matrons gathered us up and announced that we had a rat infestation. I was upset by this news, to say the least. I nearly stopped eating, worried I'd find a hair or whisker in my meal, or worse. I shudder for comical effect. When Lucius pats my head encouragingly, I shoot him a small, grateful smile. I was just so frightened whenever I saw those beady little eyes or that flick of a tail into crevices. It haunted every moment of my little life, day and night. I'm fairly sure that's when the nightmares began. I'd wake the whole orphanage, but just shrieking, and apparently I even lashed out at a matron with the swinging fists. But I wasn't awake, not really. I'd remember some of my outbursts, but I couldn't tell what was real. They talked about getting rid of me then. It was even more terrifying and confusing than the night terrors. They'd discuss my fate right in front of me, like I wasn't even there. Lucius doesn't say anything, but he watches me with a furrowed brow. Are you sure my miserable childhood tales are making you feel better, Lucius? No, but tell me anyway, what made your night terrors go away? Ah, that's the stupid part of the story. I didn't know Ophelia very well back then. I knew she was a picture-perfect angel of Nightingale Gardens, and I knew she was beautiful, but I was much too shy to speak to her until one day she yanked me by the arm and pulled me aside, dragged me all the way into the cellar where we couldn't be seen, couldn't be overheard. Of course, this was very upsetting for me as well. Cellars are notoriously full of rats. She shushed me fiercely, eyes ablaze, and she shook me so hard I was nearly dizzy. Stop screaming every night, she said. There's no rats in the kitchen. I just sobbed and wailed in her arms. I didn't believe her, and I didn't like getting yelled at. I mean, how could she try and lie to me like that, right? It wasn't unreasonable for me to be afraid. I was just a little girl. Gods, she was so frustrated with me, she groaned through gritted teeth and insisted there were absolutely no rats. And that's when she told me she made it all up. The rats? The entire infestation, she made it up. She was lying to the entire orphanage about it. Why in heavens would she do such a thing? To see if she could get away with it. Isn't that awful? She was stealing extra helpings of food for herself and then planting false evidence, rat droppings and fur, to ensure her lie held water. Each day she'd tell the matrons that she was going to go into town to find a cat, so the cat could eat the rats. But she never actually looked for one. She just went out, had her fun in town, and then came home with one of those apologetic doe eyes that made everyone melt for her. Anyway, Ophelia showed me where she kept her spoils, and she said she would share with me as long as I kept my mouth shut. I had not only stopped screaming, but I had also had to keep her grubby little secret. Her reputation was spotless after all. Revealing her mischief would damage her chances of becoming queen. I was offended at first. I suffered so many nightmares because of her, but then I was intrigued. I promised I would keep quiet, but from that moment on, I saw her in a new light. I watched her like a hawk and followed her like a shadow, curious what other lies she'd been spreading. But the night terrors didn't stop, not right away. I guess Ophelia became fond of me at some point because she'd sneak into my room to sing softly to me every night. Every single night. Even when my nightmares were gone for good. I don't think I can ever forget that lullaby. May I hear it, Dikra? The knot at the pit of my stomach returns, twisting and aching. No, I can't. From the corner of my eye, I notice a blotch of ink on my lap. I rub at it, absentmindedly smudging it with my thumb. I'm sorry, it's just... No need to explain. I understand. No, you don't understand. When I confronted her in that throne room, gods, I wasn't planning to be treasonous, I had spent months writing a beautiful song for her, but when I saw her, I knew it was forbidden for the crown to see anyone from her previous life. I knew that, so I hid who I was. I used a false name and pretended it was my first time setting foot in alluvian soil. All I wanted was to see her again. I would have been satisfied if I could see her one last time, if I could see that all those terrible rumors were all wrong. My eyes sting as I wipe them with my wrist. But whoever was sitting on that throne was not my Ophelia. It couldn't have been her. Whoever it was, she had her face, but she didn't have her eyes, not the eyes. I knew. These eyes were hungry yet full of disdain, watching me like I was some sort of worm under her heel. And she had this ridiculous harem that was dancing around, and every so often she'd call one of them to come sit in her lap and kiss her in front of everyone. It didn't make sense. Ophelia didn't like anybody. Just to make sure, I started making small talk, something to introduce the song. I asked if there were any rats in the royal kitchen. And she just scoffed at me and told me it was a repulsive thing to suggest. She told me to be silent, that she didn't want to hear another word unless I was going to play my song. My lip quivers and my voice begins to break. So I changed the song. I had to convey how I truly felt. Lucius throws his arms around me, holding me tight. I bawl against his chest, losing every last ounce of my composure. Forgive me, Vikra. I should have asked you about this. She told me she wanted to make things better for everyone. She told me she'd write. Why didn't she ever write? Forgive me.
Forgive you for what, sir?
I cried myself into a stupor. The next thing I knew, I was sitting in my bed with red, swollen eyelids and a throbbing headache. I have vague memories of Lucius carrying me to my room, grunting unhappily when he had to wedge his way in. You really need to stop pushing my bed against the door. And then, as he drew the covers up to my neck, he told me. What did he tell me? I tap my temples in a steady rhythm, chasing down the memory before it eludes me for good. He wanted me to meet him in the courtyard. He said he would wait for me there until I felt well enough to see him. I think he said he had something to tell me. I press my palms into my eyes, hoping to reduce the swelling. Even my throat is raw from shedding years of pent-up grief. In grief's place, a new flip-flop of emotions swirl in my chest, and my heart is pounding in an erratic staccato beat. I think I'm going to be sick. I can't believe I told him everything. I even cried in front of him, slobbered all over his clothes. God, I was mortifying. I never cry in front of people, let alone on them. I was so distracted by my own melodrama that I completely forgot to ask him about that ring. I shake my head, telling myself it's fine. I have plenty of time to ask him later. Lucius stands like a pillar under the moonlight. His hands are linked behind his back as he observes the heavens. For the first time in a long while, the sky is clear. A yellow crescent moon hangs high amongst stars like a lopsided smile. I wince at the soggy squelch of mud with every step I take, but since he was the one who asked to meet out here, I don't think he'll begrudge me for any muddy footprints. Hey, did I keep you waiting long? Lucius doesn't turn. I have something to show you. It was show, not tell. Is it another astrological phenomenon? No. His hand tightens imperceptibly behind his back. Lucius turns just enough to glance at me as I shoot him a sheepish, puzzled grin in response. Something about seeing me renews his resolve. Follow me. Follow you where, sir? Lucius leads me through the side entrance of the estate, through empty stables and servant quarters. There was little of note when I ambled through here before. As we cut through a terrace, he stops to grab a light and light a lantern. He holds it out in front of us, though our path is far from dark. I continue to trail after him down several winding halls until finally we reach a dead end. Is this what you wanted to show me, Lucius? I've already seen every inch of this estate. What? Lucius pushes his palm against the farthest wall, revealing a door-shaped indent. He leans his weight into it until it gives way, unveiling a dark passageway, a small staircase leading down. Lucius extends a hand to me with a sideways smile. Coming? I take his hand with a touch of hesitation. His skin is cool from the night air. I don't want to climb any more stairs after this. I don't want to climb any stairs either. But here we are. Lucius laughs and pulls me a step closer. You won't have to. I can promise you that. An ambitious promise. Is this the moment where you're luring me to my doom at last, yes? You're finally going to drink my blood and reduce me to a withered corpse? Yes, I've prepared a wonderful marinade of citrus, olive oil, and green pepper to baste you in downstairs. Really? No. He leads me down an old cavernous path that expands in size the deeper we go in. The lantern sways from Lucius's grasp, with each step casting a pallid glow on our surroundings. I see now why he grabbed it. It soon becomes our only source of illumination. I squint when the light catches against the irregular surface. The sides of this path have been piled with broken, non-essential objects, table legs, ripped cushions, even some weapons. That's the cabinet I broke on the first night here, isn't it? I was wondering where it went. And are those wine barrels? Yes and yes. I use the underground as a sort of storage room. So this is where you've been hiding all your ladders and buckets and wine. Hiding? Not at all. I just like to keep things tidy. Hiding. Although, his hand tightens around mine. I do try to withhold the ladders from my guests at the beginning of their stay. The number of people who have tried to brave the moat and drowned in the attempt, I didn't want the same thing to happen to you. Because you would have missed my music. I would have missed you. I wouldn't have been able to help you, Vikra. His voice is stern, with a harder edge than I expected. If something happens to you in the moat, if you were to... unable to breathe the water as I am, I would only have been able to watch. I do not want to see you suffer. The sheer weight behind his words make me hold my tongue, despite the temptation to make flippant comment about my inability to swim. The ground begins to shift from solid rock to loosely packed dirt and turns and scuffs underfoot. Soon the path slopes and the air becomes heavy and damp. I find myself taking deeper breaths, which only magnifies my growing apprehension. Lucius lets go of my hand as we reach a steep precipice. My fingers curl inward, already aching from the absence of his touch. Lucius, where have you taken me? What is this place? Nailed into the precipice of which, with wooden stakes and a long rope ladder, extends further into the dark abyss. The opening becomes narrower below, but the structure of this passage seems secure and dry, no signs of water droplets leaking through from the moat. I catch Lucius trying to hide a grimace when he kneels to inspect the strength of the rope. Deep beneath the earth as we are, we must be standing in the lowest part of the estate. Being this far from his coffin must be straining for him. When Queen Hildegard banished me, when she sealed me in that blasted coffin, she ordered her soldiers to put me somewhere around here. Originally, this was an enclosed wine cellar attached to the estate where my exile began. Where I first awoke, we removed the wine, of course, before we began excavation. Excavation? I told you before that I had a motley crew working on a way out. There were 5 of them, including Gillian. They dug for months under my supervision. You can see why I had to relocate to sleep upstairs, I'm sure. Where are you going with this? Is it not obvious? I'm setting you free, Vikra. This tunnel will lead you safely under the moat and out the other side. I must have misheard him, I'm sure of it. It's the only reasonable explanation. He must have said something like, "Go fetch me some tunnel fish," or "I'm trapping you down here forever and you can never cry on me again, you disgusting creature." You look as though you wish to argue with me. I understand verbal sparring is one of your favorite pastimes, but please listen to me this once. Every day you spend here is a lost opportunity. This time you will never get back. Why should you endure such a fate when you did nothing wrong? You do not deserve to be punished just for speaking your mind. All this over a mere song. You understand, don't you? Your freedom should never have been up for bargain. Your freedom. Yours is priceless, Vikra. Lucius, wait. This is so sudden. I can wait no longer, knowing the injustice you've suffered. Please, live your life and be free. You're not an immortal like me. You should spend what little time you have in happiness. But haven't you also suffered injustice, Lucius? Don't you also deserve freedom and happiness? I cast my eyes down the dark passageway, searching. If this leads under the moat, you should be able to travel beneath it, right? He no longer tries to hide that flinching grimace that cold reminder of his reality, the coffin, the secondary measure that guarantees he can never leave. Can't you bring the coffin with you? As long as it's nearby, can't you go anywhere you want? And what? Carry it all the way through miles of tunnel and wood, stopping each day to clamber in and howl through my night terrors, terrifying the local wildlife? Then eventually, when we do reach civilization, you'll gain a name as the woman who travels with a possessed coffin. We'll both be social pariahs then, won't we? No, thank you. Besides, I believe I told you how deeply I dislike tight spaces. The tunnels beyond this point disagree with me. I'm better off here in my own private estate. How can you believe this is better? It's the only choice I have. It's the only life I am allowed to lead. You'd best worry about your own choices, especially now that your debt is cleared. I'll provide you with a week's worth of rations along with enough coin from my personal coffers to compensate you for your performances. Now, are you ready to go? Oh, no. Ridiculously, my eyes are swimming with tears again, despite my best attempts to blink them back and wipe them away. What will I choose? No. I'm not leaving him. Fuck that. I'm not leaving him. This poor man And who's to say we're not going to get caught by guards again and thrown back here? Like, I'm staying. Fuck it. I won't leave you. You can't make me go. I refuse to abandon you. Please, you must see reason. I have explained why I cannot go with you. That I'm staying here. I don't intend to leave your side, Lucius. Not now, not ever. Lucius recoils from me as though he'd suffered a physical blow. How could you say such a thing? You have no future here. Yes, I do have a future. It's not as if I'm going to drop dead on the spot after deciding to stay. See? I still draw breath. That's not what I meant, and you know it. Poor choices. It's fine. You know as well as I do that there's little to do and the food is lacking. On top of that, every 2 years, I risk dying at the hands of a hypocritical brigand. Lucius, it's no different from the world outside. The roads were dangerous even when I traveled with an entire caravan. I've also been forced to take lives in order to defend myself, by the way, so don't you even try and bellyache about being too monstrous to associate with me. I wasn't going to... Let me finish. I hold up my chin and meet his gaze dead on, much like when I performed in front of the Queen's court. You told me before you would respect my right to choose. I dearly hope that has not changed. I know that our arrangement began from a place of punishment and debt. But as I spent time here, I got to know you. I've begun feeling differently about my situation. You're right that my time is precious. I intend to spend it in a place that has brought me the most joy I've ever felt. I don't care about food or amenities, Lucius. I'll eat your disgusting fish every single day if that's what it takes to be with you. To be with me. I clasp my hand over my mouth. My own words sink in further as Lucius echoes them, and I realize with mild frustration that they were true to their core. Nothing is more important than being here for him. Somewhere beneath the surface, I've always known that my budding feelings for Lucius amounted to more than mere loneliness. I convinced myself I was fine with being a companionless traveling bard, yet now it hurts to be away from him when the sun rises. How much deeper would that knife cut if I leave him now? I've seldom been in love. I'm not confident I'd recognize it, even if it slapped me across the face. But this feeling I have when I look at him now... Gods, I hate how honest I've had to be now that I'm in close, frequent proximity to someone I actually like. My voice shakes, though I try my best to get my bearings. I've come to care about you a great deal, Lucius. Can't you tell? We live in a cold, wicked world. You know as well as I do that sending me back to it would not guarantee my safety. There's bandits and wild animals, shipwrecks and desert heat. I'm grateful that I've survived my fair share of adversity, just long enough to meet someone like you. Being here is the closest I've ever felt to having a home. I don't have much of a life to return to outside of this estate. Maybe I want to rot here for the remainder of my brief and miserable existence. I want to discover what else we have in common, and I want to learn more about you. Would you deprive me of that? This is... Conflicting emotions war across his features. I can tell he's tempted to give in, but he's just as strongly compelled to battle this to the bitter end. This is precisely part of the problem. You don't even know who I was before. A member of the royal family? I found your ring, Lucius. I was shocked at first, but you weren't the one who condemned me here. That condemned me here. I won't hold you accountable for the cruelty of your successors, so please don't suggest that I'd hate you because of who you are. I don't. I suspected that you'd found it, but you still don't understand. Then explain it to me. Are you not royalty after all? These tunnels will be the death of me. I feel lightheaded. I need some air. Lucius turns and stalks away, leaving me with the lantern. Lucius. Oh, you motherfucker. Get your ass back here. Are you kidding me? Don't run away. There's an odd sense of deja vu as I pursue him through the servants' quarters, my pace far less harried than his. Although his strides are long, I have no difficulty keeping up. We slow to a stop in the courtyard, and once more stand with his back turned to me. Thank God. I don't care. Oh, to Jillian. Oops, I said that wrong so many times. Oopsies. He cuts himself off as a shuddering breath escapes him.
I'm making this decision not from a place of foolhardy courage, but because your presence is worth enduring such humiliation. I am scared, you know. It's all right if you're scared too.
I close the distance, reaching for him. When he mirrors my movements, however timidly, I seize him and pull him into a fierce hug. God damn it! Lucius trembles in my grasp, his fingers digging small crevices into the clothes on my back. That, kitty, no, that, you don't eat that. That's bad.
I can't promise I'll live forever. No one can promise that. Not even you. The time I've spent with you has been the happiest times I've ever known. I feel like I can talk to you about anything, even things I'd intended to bury forever. And the memories I've made here, I know to appreciate them only because I've had you by my side. Please don't deprive me of our bond. I want to enjoy it while it lasts, however long that may be. Lucius,
Oh my God. My heart feels like it's stopped. God. His confession reverberates in my mind like a tuning fork. I feel dizzy and like I'm soaring all at once, but I pull myself together enough to murmur into his hair. Oh my God. I pull away, not to detach from him, but to get a good look at his face. His eyes search mine as he cups his palm over my cheek.
I propose a new barter, vampire. I would have your heart in exchange for mine.
my god. I'm not crying. You're crying. Despite himself, Lucius scoffs out a small laugh.
If you have thought this through, you are truly, wholeheartedly certain.
Yes, goddamn. She's fine. Then to rot we shall go together. He tucks flyaway strands of hair over my ear, such a tender gesture from someone I once feared so deeply. Yes, you fucking can. Of course you can. Of course. Fuck you. Oh my god. Why can't I stop? I practically leap onto him, crashing my lips against his and knocking our teeth together. Bro, what the fuck? He makes a surprised sound, but he doesn't protest. He encircles his arms around my waist and leans in, kissing me harder. Yeah, ouch. I felt that. Mutual laughter bubbles between us. I kiss him all over his ridiculous face. He scoffs out another laugh, looking as bashful as a schoolboy. He cradles my face in his and plants a final chaste kiss on my forehead. I am the luckiest man in all the lands. I love you, Vikra. All along I have loved you. Oh my god. And then he kisses me again, pulling me close under the midnight sky. I don't know. I sound stupid right now. It's fine. The world feels so suddenly weightless. I recede to come up from air. I don't know. I cry over stupid things, okay? And this is a stupid thing to cry over. Oh my god. I had a friend make a comment in a past stream about me writing backstory for a D&D character. I wrote such, not really sad, but I wrote, oh my god, what I wrote ended up just making me cry. I'd made myself cry with my own writing. And I cried every time I looked at it to try and write more. It took me weeks to come back to that to actually finish writing it. It was kind of bad. This is kind of like that, but I'm also just a sucker for like kind of cutesy romance. It does take skill. A skill that I apparently have. Oh, anyway. I breathe him in along with the crisp, earthy scent of moist soil. That sounds gross. The night air normally has a cold bite that sticks to my skin like molasses. When he holds me in his arms, it feels like velvet. Lucius presses his forehead against mine with a breathless chuckle, smiling so hard I could barely recognize him. In all my long years, I have never met anyone like you. and in my comparatively very short years, I never imagined I'd fall for a vampiric clean freak with the driest sense of humor I've ever known. Clean freak. Oh, fine, you're not wrong. I still love you. You insolent creature. God. Oh. Lucius catches me around the waist and lifts me, spinning us into a triumphant half arc. Lucius. Don't tell me to contain myself, Fikra. I won't do it for all the riches in the world. Oh my god. Bristling foxtails skim over my ankles, and my feet fall uneven as he sets me down. Before I can regain my balance, Lucius clasps my hand in his own and begins stepping in time to a melody only he can hear. What are we doing? We're dancing as lovers do. Oh my god. I stumble as he guides our bodies into a revolving turn. I don't know how to dance, Lucius. I've been tapping my feet along to my own melodies at most. He maneuvers me under his arm and then pulls me close enough to kiss my knuckles in a fluid motion. Then it's a good thing you'll have all the time in the world to learn. Cicadas buzz all around us like a steady hum of applause. In the distance, a single ox frog begins the chorus of its song. Another joins in, and then another, until the moat itself seems to hum with their reverie. The very stars feel like they're sweeping around us in a beguiling dance, embracing us in the wind-blown curtains of night. As Lucius dips me back, I realize these aren't stars at all when one of them lands on my nose. These are lunar flies? There are so many. Lucius, I think these are the bugs that stung me when I first crossed the moat. Oh, gods, we need to get inside. Oh, what happened? Oh, God. We rush into the estate together, holding on to each other, giggling like children. Lucius slows only to pat me down to make sure none of the insects tagged along. Nasty little bastards. The worst stings will itch for days. I forget how aggressively lunar flies breed during the rainy seasons. My cheeks hurt from grinning as he tends to me, diligently checking my hair and under my arms. Lucius. Yes, my radiance. Oh my god. That is the nickname he's chosen for us. I nearly burst out into laughter at the pet name he's chosen, but I regain enough control to pass it off as clearing my throat. I give him a quick peck on the cheek, redirecting his attention from checking for bugs to looking into my eyes. Oh, now you're just being cheeky. You're keeping me in suspense. Yeah, I am. I would die to be called that. You're keeping me in suspense, Fikra. What is it? You've made it difficult to speak my mind. Well, yeah, because your brain's frying and melting at the name he's given you. Like mine is. I enjoy challenging you. Oh, Lord. Right. Okay, look, before we go any further, I think there's a few more things we should discuss. Bro, you are getting close there, buddy. Lucius. Yeah, that's... Yeah. No, I do actually agree with you. We should set some expectations. He pulls away only slightly, a meager show of mercy. Meager and mercy. Those don't go in... I don't think those go hand in hand. For example... Bro... Fuck your expectations. Oh, he traces a line from my neck to my collarbone, sending a needy shiver down my spine. Bro, what the hell? He is. How do you feel? Okay. I need water. Hold on. Oh, God. Uh-huh. How do you feel about biting? Particularly the kind that would turn you into a creature of the night. I mean... Despite Lucius' easy demeanor, I know this isn't a decision I should make lightly. Turning into a vampire would be a tremendous change. Is it worth it in exchange for the promise of forever? Yes. Oh, no. I mean... There's only one choice, and it's turning for him. Make it eternity, not just forever. Like, there's your forever, and then there's his forever, which is eternity. If you want to make it his forever, I would rather it be for eternity. Trust me, I'd be disappointed in myself if I picked anything other. There's an indisputable appeal to immortality and power, along with the chance to share an eternity with my new beloved. Lucius's expression of absolute enthrallment only serves to bolster my decision. Then, on a twilight eve of your choosing, it shall be done. Your wish will be my command whenever you are ready. The process may be painful at first, but I am certain you will emerge from it more radiant and powerful than ever. Oh, my heart. Now, what was it you wished to discuss with me before we consummate our relationship? Oh, bro, what? I mean, I'm a little embarrassed you're going to laugh at me. What are you going to laugh? Is laughing such a bad thing? I was wondering if you were the first Eluvian king, the one who surrendered his crown to the heavens. His bellowing laughter reverberates against the very walls. Dude, don't shake. Don't break things. I knew you'd laugh at me. You jerk. God. Forgive me. It's just... Vikra, you may need to relearn your history. Illuvian's first king reigned from the dawn of civilization. If I were him, I would be very old indeed. My father's side of the family did claim to be descended from the man, but birth certificates can be so easily forged these days. I myself am no king. I was an heir for a time, but never ascended the throne, which means you were a prince. I still am, if it pleases you. I mean... Lucius tilts his head, studying me as if a thought has just occurred to him. You know, you said once I had no whimsical books in the estate, but I do have one on the subject of old myths around here somewhere. I should see about finding it. Are you familiar with the story of Hesiod's jar? But I think so. It's a box instead of a jar in some iterations, isn't it? Oh, like Pandora's box. Okay. The story involves someone opening a container despite being warned not to touch it, and in doing so, they released all manner of curses upon mankind. Okay. You truly know your stories. He caresses my cheek absent-mindedly. It is a tale that resonated with me for quite some time. I had a personal theory that there were two kinds of people in the world. The kind who prefer to live blissfully unobtrusive existence, who would never risk those curses, and the ones curious enough to open the box, even knowing the consequences that would befall them. I'm fairly certain of the answer, but Vicar, what manner of person do you think you are? I'd rather be curious, even if it hurts at first. You know me, don't you, Lucius? I have to see what's at the bottom of the jar. If I recall, despite its moral lesson of caution, the story has an optimistic ending. In the wake of curses, they unleash the main character, peered just once more into the container. They discovered that hope remained. Though the released curses were irreversible, the hope would temper their effects. The true moral of the story is, although some curiosity can be a curse, more curiosity may be the cure. So given the choice I have to open the jar, I would dig, I would rifle and root, and I would untangle every web I find until I see things as they truly are. You would prefer to be curious rather than content. Yeah. I think I cannot be content if I were forced to temper my curiosity. I see. I should have expected no less from a woman like you. Your relentless nature is one I've come to admire. This coming from the vampire with an inhuman sense of restraint. I should be flattered. I nudge him, half expecting him to laugh and tease. He may just let his restraint slip tonight, but Lucius looks, looks surprisingly contemplative. Lucius, is something the matter? I reach up to touch his face, feeling his jaw work under my fingers. He turns just enough to sigh warmly into my palm. I don't remember the last time I felt such harrowing happiness. I worry this blissful rapture of ours will be short-lived. Need we worry about such things so soon? He kisses my hand, soft and reverent. I prefer to chart out my worries sooner rather than later, Fikra. There's something else I wish to share with you. Much like I have never told anyone about Jillian, this is a thought I've never voiced aloud. I believe you're the only one who will understand, who will help me understand. My eyelashes flutter with wonder. It's no surprise that a centuries-old vampire has accumulated enough troubles to plague his thoughts. though I'm a bit exasperated at his timing. Why bring this up now when I am pinned in an intimate position? Yeah, why bring this up now? Why now, of all things? I'm eager to be helpful. What's on your mind? Not here. I need to find something. Will you have a seat and wait for me? Of course. Lucius exhales sharply through his nose, relief and gratitude all at once, and presses his lips to my cheek. I start a modest fire in the hearth as I wait for him, prodding the branches into position with the ever-trusty fire iron. Once I'm done, I set the fire iron against the mantle where it belongs. I don't need it anymore. I recall the collection of weapons Lucius has stowed away in the underground, and I wonder if he can train me to wield one. Though I no longer need to safeguard myself against him, an unwanted guest will surely have me singing a different tune. When Lucius returns to my side, he's holding a flat frame, wooden face down against his chest, wearing such a somber expression that I suspect he's brought me a mourning portrait. The frame is moderately sized, with a width that equals his shoulders and a height spanning from his collarbone to his navel. The wood is the same shade of blackthorn as his coffin, which in itself makes me uneasy. Thank you for waiting. His eyes trail past me to stare at the massive ink stain in the center of the room. In the whirlwind of our unanticipated romance, I had completely forgotten to clean it up. What did you do to my desk? Oopsies. Forgive me. I was looking for a rag to clean it with, but then I heard you screaming, and, well, we both got a little distracted after that. That is the question, yeah. A rag. You were looking for a rag. You spilled a tidal wave of ink on my desk and floor. No rag will be enough to clean it up. You don't get to be mad, sir. I suppose we'd want to use some lye soap to lift the stains if we don't have any. Say, why don't I use the tunnels to procure some supplies from the nearest town? While I'm at it, I can even barter a new instrument to entertain you with, new books for us to read. The desk is not that important. It clearly is important, Lucius. I'm truly sorry, and I want to make it up to you. He gives my shoulder an affectionate squeeze. You're good to me. You know, it never occurred to me that a guest can come and go freely using the tunnels. No one has ever used it to come back. Well, then it's a good thing I'm here to think out loud for you. I coax Lucius to sit on his usual velvet chaise as he slumps down beside me. Firelight dances over the planes of his face. What did you want to share with me? Lucius sighs. He runs his hand over his scalp, breaking eye contact. I haven't been able to stop thinking about the events that led to my exile. For so long I believed it was all unjust, that I was suffering an unfair fate. But ever since you found that scrap of parchment, no, ever since I met you, you've encouraged me to reflect on myself, and I'm no longer certain of my innocence. Oh, what did you do? Funny that he should mention innocence. I've recently begun questioning the very concept. Good things don't always come to virtuous people, just as evil doesn't always get punished. When the world itself is unjust, one's sense of innocence is not enough to guarantee their safety and freedom. Gods, just look at what happened to Gillian, murdered in cold blood for trusting the goodness of his fellow man. We're not pure, faultless beings, Lucius. When we are placed in positions of suffering, we often need to become worse to survive. It's not strange to become blemished when we fall. You said it yourself that no one is perfect. I know you might say this, which is why I need you to see what I brought. But this piece of portrait, I put the pieces of the portrait back together. Its edges are frayed and some parts are still missing, but he turns the frame face up. Hold up. I feel myself turn pale as the eyes of the portrait meet my own. The depicted woman looks as if she's made from ivory and rose leaves. Her arresting and imperious beauty, her very essence is masterfully captured in sweeping lines of charcoal and ink. All too well, I know those regally arched eyebrows and those taut, slender shoulders. How could I ever forget? Ophelia. Why do you have a portrait of Ophelia? Hold up. Hold on. What the actual hell? I am invested. I can't. This portrait depicts Queen Hildegard Edgehaven, the ruling crown from more than 3 centuries past. She was... Lucius's gaze drops to the floor. Drops his gaze to the floor. She's my mother. He told me he was a prince, but... Gods, Lucius, you were exiled by your own mother. Exiled and cursed at that. Do you need to sit down? We're already sitting down. We both are. Why does your mother look so much like Ophelia? They can't be related by blood, can they? I study the features of the portrait more closely. Like sisters, they share an eerie resemblance, the same full lips, the same apple curve of cheekbones, the same pointed nose, but slowly I notice subtle differences. Ophelia loved to smile. Even when she was simpering or sly, she had a lively sense of joy that was contagious to everyone around her. The queen in the portrait has an icy, judging stare, seems to reverse roles with her viewer as she calculates where to place them. Her head is tilted at a faint angle, and something about her dark eyes look half dead. While I doubt Ophelia is related to Queen Hildegard, I also doubt the resemblance is mere coincidence. In fact, I suspect every single queen over the past 3 centuries bears a resemblance to the woman in this portrait. Isn't it strange that we've had an unbroken line of cruel, corrupt crowns who do little to better the lives of their people, even when they previously expressed the interest to breaking tradition? Surely they cannot all be so weak-willed they would bend to the demands of their court and the status quo. I don't like where this is going. At first I'm sitting here crying. Now I'm like, conspiracy theories? Really? Isn't it strange they're not allowed to be depicted in portraits or seen in public, that they are not even allowed to stay in touch with anyone they knew prior to their regency? I don't think those other girls survived. almost as if the very act of sitting on the throne compels them to behave in a unanimous, unanimous, blah. Fuck it. Or perhaps the person on the throne never changed. Fuck, those girls they never live. What are you saying? I admit I'm not sure how to even start explaining my rationale. Start at the beginning, please. I'll try. Oh, God. As you're aware, I've been unable to set foot outside the estate since the moment of my exile. This means I've never had the chance to encounter your Ophelia, but I can tell you what I know of Queen Hildegard. Vikra, how widespread is the practice of sorcery in the world outside? Sorcery? I had little personal experience with it, but I don't think it's prevalent. There are small sects of wizardry and alchemy in certain kingdoms, and some royal families keep court magicians. That's all I know. Lucius nods. It was even less prevalent when I was a mortal man. Magic is an elusive art form that few were equipped to pursue. Yet my mother, I was told she began practicing sorcery soon after I was born. She had severe complications when she was heavy with child and nearly did not survive. Veering close to death changed her. It terrified her more than anything. I always wondered if that was the reason behind the cold demeanor she'd have towards me, that she harbored a grudge because my very existence nearly killed her. She barely deigned to speak to me and was quick to hand me off to servants. My father, the king at the time, assured me that she simply needed to warm up to being mother. I knew he was wrong when she adopted and doted over 2 young girls. Ooh, no. As king and queen, my parents were under extraordinary amounts of pressure to produce continual heirs. Since the idea of giving birth upset my mother so deeply, they adopted Mathilda and Artemisia in secret to appease their court. The girls resembled them enough to pass as their real children. You did tell me you had sisters. Yes, I used to call them my mother's little pets, and I secretly envied them. They inherited the throne after Queen Hildegard reigned, didn't they, Vikra? Tell me more about your mother. Her contempt for me was more noticeable than Mathilda and Artemisia running amok. She was so protective of them, never allowed them to set foot beyond the palace gates, never allowed them to be seen by outsiders. I became prone to debauchery for a while, drinking to excess, streaking through the hedges and sleeping with handmaidens who were far too old. Ew. No. But all these calls for attention were duly ignored, aside from an occasional slap on the wrist from my father. It never hurt. He was a thin, reedy man, and so easily influenced to submit to the wills of others. Easily influenced, you sound like you dislike him, Lucius. No, I should say I never resented him, though I found it difficult to respect him. If he were not the ruler of a nation, such weakness and inertia may have been charming. You've grown up to be very different from him, then. I would hope so. He was far from an aspirational figure in my mind. Now, where was I? You were talking about being prone to debauchery. Sorry. That's right, debauchery. The phase didn't last long. When I realized I'd continue to be bereft from the attention I desired, all I had left to do was focus on my studies. As heir, there was much to keep me occupied. It was on my 20th birthday that one of Queen Hildegard's spells went awry. She buried an entire wing of the palace in a noxious mist. Anyone who breathed it in excess withered into a bone-dry corpse, as if all the moisture had been drained from their flesh. Ooh, God, what the hell? Several members of our staff died there where they stood, and several more had lifelong complications, difficulty breathing, periodic convulsions, and an eternal itch of the skin. Oh gods, were you all right? Lucius scoffs out a small chuckle. It's kind of you to ask, but I was nowhere near the wing. My celebration took place in the great hall. I felt the tremor of the spell's impact even there. Mathilda was fine. Mathilda was fine as well because she had snuck down to see me, but Queen Hildegard and Artemisia suffered from the after effects of the spell. Artemisia had to have her hand amputated. Oh gods, and your mother? Queen Hildegard was bedridden for a long time. My father grew enough of a backbone to forbid the use of magic within castle walls, and news of his decision devastated her. Back then, I had no idea what she was trying to accomplish. She never spoke to me after all, though I noticed she'd accumulated a collection of tomes and talismans. I had just begun sifting through her materials, trying to make sense of what had happened when she called for me. Not for my sisters, not for my father. Me. Lucius exhales a shaky breath, and I give his knee a gentle squeeze. Forgive me. This is a difficult part of my past to relive. This is when things went irrevocably wrong. I never should have agreed to see her. I should have shown her the same scorn she'd always shown me. She was your mother, Lucius. Even if she had done something horrifying, I understand why you went to her. Still, if it's a difficult subject for you. No, I need you to know the role I played in this sordid affair, Vikra. How complicated, how complicit I was in it. Lucius's eyes are racked with such a deep, despairing trepidation that I find myself gripping a cushion for support. Complicit all those years ago, what would he possibly have done that would have such a profound effect on him still? In that case, I'm listening. I'm not sure how this is linked to Ophelia, or if Lucius even intends to redirect the conversation to my old friend, but the fact that Queen Hildegard adopted 2 girls who resembled her, something about that detail tugs at me, like the snag of a fish hook in my mind. My sisters. Oh, how they sobbed at my mother's door, begging for entry. It was just Mathilda at first, but Artemis had joined her the minute she recovered from the amputation. My mother refused to see them, shunned them with the same coldness I knew so well. I thought I would feel satisfied when I pushed past them into the chambers. She had finally refused them and chosen me. It was like I'd won something. But those wailing little faces, shiny and stained with snot and tears, there was no satisfaction to be had. I only felt sorry for them. They were eager to idolize her. Yes, heartbreakingly so. In my mother's bed was the size of a ship, and she was propped up in its center on a snowdrift of pillows. I remember looking away from her, pliant, and observing her through the full-length mirror embedded in the wall. Her reflection looked, well, bright-eyed, pink-skinned, better than I'd seen her in recent memory, though her movements were sluggish as she beckoned me with the wide arms and a drowsy smile. Then she held me close and cooed over my height. I felt more like being in the embrace of a distant aunt than a mother, but I cherished that thin guise of matronly affection anyway. I tried to look impassive as she confided in me. She talked at length about her deep-seated fear of death and her lonely toil of trying to overcome it. She dug under the pillows to produce a book, a hideous thing that made my skin crawl. Its cover looked a little too much like it was sewn haphazardly using... Oh, no. She refused to let me take a closer look, but she haltingly informed me that she traded part of her soul to... What the hell, lady? It was an infernal grimoire. My mother, the queen, had become a full-blooded witch straight out of a fairy tale. What the fuck? She told me that the mist was a horrendous accident. She'd only intended to curdle her own bodily functions as means to achieving immortality. Apparently the spell was disrupted when Artemisia wandered in at an opportune time, causing an eruption of mist in the wing. Though the power of the grimoire was great, she knew that it was too dangerous and difficult to control. She said that she needed to look into other options. Lucius laughs ruefully. I convinced myself that I had no reason to doubt her, my own mother. Even then, her explanation made no sense, but I surmised that a half-curdled body was a reasonable cause for her bedridden state. She then asked me to assist her in overcoming an affliction of death. She said she could trust no one else, that she would gladly share eternity with me once we'd discover its secrets. What manner of son would I be if I said no? After she'd finally worked up the courage to bear the contents of her heart after all this time, that odd sequence of words click into place in my head, words he screamed from the confines of his coffin. You did everything she asked. Bro, what the fuck? I did. I leapt at the chance to become her research assistant, her little pet. I lost sleep studying ancient tomes day and night. I used every resource available to me, organizing expeditions, hiring treasure hunters and informants, all to comb through the furthest corners of the earth to the merest sign of eternal life. Queen Hildegard did her part in the research, but her work had to be discreet. We began spending much of our time here because she was forbidden from practicing sorcery in the main palace. Lucius swings his arms in a slow arc to indicate our surroundings. Our summer estate, she used to call it. Our mother-son getaway, as if it were a vacation. I stare at him and then the chamber. In a different light, I follow the gesture of his arm. It's strange to imagine the estate as anything other than my new home. I try to picture Lucius and his woman in the portrait working late in the night, burning candles down to wax petals. Part of me is anxious to skip to the story's end, knowing Lucius's fate all too well. However, a much larger part of me needs to hear how it happened. I need to know what led to Lucius becoming a vampire, exiled alone in his own estate. One day, at last my efforts bore fruit. A wizened collector of curiosities sold me a fragment of an ancient ritual, and she claimed it was one of the oldest forms of immortality. Although the full, precise method was lost, we are now graced with some of its steps. It was remarkable timing, too. My resources were depleting fast, and the court asked questions that were becoming difficult to assuage. By that point, my mother had become more proficient with witchcraft. Though she mainly used it to keep her youth from fading, we were able to use her practical knowledge and my investigative finds to reconstruct the ritual. I picked up on some basics of magic, meanwhile, not enough to construct original spells the way she did, but enough to understand how hers worked. It still took years of trial and error. My father and his court continued asking their questions, but it was easier to appease them after I stopped draining the royal coffers. I remember Queen Hildegard being relieved by this. She was insisted she could not be linked to our work. I understood her concern, and my father had such an unfavorable stance towards her interest in magic. I certainly did not wish to see strife in my parents' union. I was fine with lying on her behalf. When we were ready to undergo the ritual, my mother bade me to go first. I was so healthy and young compared to her, a frail and anxious old woman. I wish I could say I hesitated to obey her, everything she asked. The echo of the words were sounding like buzzing locusts, more and more like a death knell. Count. I don't fucking know. Though it was a success, my old scars healed over in an instant. My vision improved, and I dare say I looked a bit easier on my eyes. Yet it wasn't long before we noticed side effects. We had discovered one of the oldest forms of immortality, all right, and its cost would make themselves known. My teeth and fingers were evidently sharper. I could no longer step into broad daylight and enter homes uninvited, and my reflection was simply gone. I lacked the mindless bloodlust that typically accompanied my condition, but no longer being human was a wholly unexpected Korori of the ritual. We had recreated the dark gift in its purest form, the process that allowed the first vampires to roam in eternal darkness. However, in exchange, I had lost my privilege of walking among mortal men. Queen Hildegard was dissatisfied with the results of my transformation. Despite gaining the power of immortality she craved in her eyes, I was a failed experiment. What the God damn it. He leaves a pained, bitter pause. She was cold to me again, and I hated it. I knew I disappointed her. I would have given anything to regain her affection. That infernal grimoire, she liked to keep it close, but she couldn't be seen carrying such a ghoulish-looking thing. Once she was forced to leave it unattended, I seized the opportunity to leaf through its pages, the thought that I would still be useful. I knew she'd been looking into other rituals, other methods of immortality, but the horrors I found in that wretched book, gods, the way she was planning to use all the materials and ingredients I'd gathered, sent me into a panic. She was going to take it too far. I wanted to dissuade her, to reason with her, but she was incensed. I'd learned when she was incensed when when she learned I'd touched the grimoire. She punished me. She gathered my most favored attendants, and she had them all slaughtered. Everyone who knew about my condition, everyone who would speak out on my behalf, they were all put to death. What the fuck? And then she made me take the fall. My mother dumped the bodies in the wine cellar and bound me to that coffin amidst them. As I understand it, she said I'd killed them. I went on to call me a monster without a shred of remaining humanity, claiming she saved the kingdom from my reign of terror. I don't know what else she told my father, or what she specifically said to the court. When I emerged from the coffin, I was alone in the estate and surrounded by corpses from people I held dear, and I drank from them. There was no saving them. I felt disgusted with myself even now. Lucius had turned from me, so I could only see the silhouette glow of the firelight and contour of cheek. I feel stranded, stuck processing the grievous enormity of his origin. The room seems dimmer and colder as the minutes tick on. I don't know what it was like to have a mother, but I know what it's like to crave someone's approval. I can't say whether or not I would have made the same decisions as Lucius, but I know being born by Queen Hildegard undeniably set him on a narrow trajectory. How can I possibly condemn him for that? There's nothing else you could have done, Lucius. Wasn't there? You blame yourself too severely. Your mother, Queen Hildegard. She led me into the darkness. Yes, she took me and delved deep into the dark arts, and I bowed my head and I followed. She would not hold such power now if I dared defy her even once. What do you mean now? Lucius glances at me before scowling at the fire, his hands open and close in an uneasy rhythm around the picture frame. Lucius, tell me. Help me understand. Do you know how my parents died? Every orphan from the Nightingale Gardens can recite the names and prominent facts of the royal family. Before I ran away, the matrons managed to drill the knowledge into my skull through stringent repetition and occasionally via whipping switch across our palms. Ow! I haven't thought about Illuvian history in a long time, but I can recall it as easy as my fonder memories. His Majesty, King Frederick Edgehaven, died of an illness. His queen never remarried, and she died of old age. Died of old age, isn't that odd? Do you think such an obsession with immortality can simply wither away over time? Because she found another way to stay alive, Vikra. I know it for a fact. What the fuck? The spells she'd composed in her grimoire were horrific, compelling servitude, summoning demons, hexes, plagues, and of course, consuming the life essence of another person. Those girls didn't fucking make it. Those girls all died. She lives on, whispering nefarious plots into the crown's ear like some evil vizier. I'm telling you that she sits on the throne still. This spell, when concentrated on a single victim, it takes everything from them. It steals their energy, their youth, even their face, everything until the victim shrivels and collapses, lifeless, leaving only the thief with their new body. Memories rush back in a flash. My performance before the Queen's court. I felt the bile rising in the back of my throat. No. I didn't know it then, but I know it now. Queen Hildegard meant to cast it on my sister and misfired due to the immensity of the grimoire's power. It scared her then, made her back off, made her cold towards her daughters. Yep, yeah, oops, all dead. Only then did she seek an alternative method through me, but oh, I'm certain she kept the consumption spell in mind all the while. Perhaps poor Artemisa wasn't a suitable vessel, even after the second attempt years after my exile. Queen Hildegard would have to move on to the spare body, Mathilda. But once Mathilda was spent, she would need another body and then another, preferably with faces that resemble hers. She was always terribly vain. No, I refuse to believe it. I stand, finding myself reeling, dizzy from my abrupt change in altitude. Lucius reaches to steady me, but I shrug him off. I need my journal. Wait here. Oh, no. I dart out of the room, breathing hard and clasping my hand over my mouth as I try and keep the sensation of sickness from spilling out. I keep my journal underneath my pillow. When I don't have it on hand, it doesn't take me long to retrieve it. My fingers are trembling as I slam the journal before us. Ophelia sent me this journal a month after she left the palace. Tell me, Lucius, would your queen wait that long to consume her? Yes. The consumption of life essence is a gruesome spell, but it's one of her simpler ones. After some refinement, Queen Hildegard no longer needed her grimoire to cast it, only require amount of the victim's hair as a conduit to be carefully collected over a period time. Vicar, you confirmed it for me when you said it yourself. The woman on the throne was not your Ophelia. I knew this would cause you pain. I didn't want to tell you, but I said I would rather be curious. I said I would rather know the truth. There's a throbbing, quivering behind my eyes. My thoughts are crashing together as it is difficult to string them into coherent words. My tingling skin feels increasingly numb. All I know for certain is that I have no tears left to shed. You didn't know for certain until you met me. Jesus Christ. My previous guests were either uneducated or thoroughly disinterested in politics. Many of them could not even read. The crown had been careful not to send anyone who would rouse my suspicions, but she was careless when she met you. You're the only one to have known an Illuvian queen prior to her reign, to have seen her before and after she took the throne, and you know just enough Illuvian history to help me complete the dreadful puzzle. Will you tell me who the crown was after Queen Hildegard? Queen Artemisa Edgehaven. Indeed. Did she ever marry? No, she died young and left the throne to her sister. That means Artemisa had no children. What was the name of the sister who ruled after her? Mathilda. Queen Mathilda Edgehaven. She's the one who founded my orphanage. Yes, Nightingale Gardens, named as such for our father's affinity to songbirds. Not that Mathilda would have ever spent enough time with her father to know such a thing. It must have made her very popular indeed when she declared the next crown would be chosen from there, routinely elevating commoners to nobility. She endeared herself to her people by choosing an orphan girl as a successor. Instead of the numerous eligible candidates of grand dukes and counts, orphan girls would continue to choose for as long as the next monarch holds the custom. Mathilda didn't have any heirs either, did she? To have 3 queens in a row, so adverse to childbirth. It's a strange pattern for a kingdom that once devoutly emphasized divine birthright. Lucius. And I expect all the queens after that remain childless and unmarried. Am I wrong? Oh, God. At first I thought I was delusional for even considering the possibility. I hoped I had too much time to think, to let my fancies get away from me. But when you told me about Ophelia's changed demeanor, I am truly, truly sorry, Vicar. It brings me no joy to reveal the truth, but I knew I'd be wrong to withhold it from you. So you're telling me that this centuries-old witch has been using my orphanage as some sort of body-snatching orchard where she can freely take her pick? All that bullshit about guaranteeing us a place in high society, all affront to the queen, so the queen could secure someone who looked similar to herself. That Ophelia wasn't selected for her intelligence or for any of her virtues, but so she could be sacrificed for the queen to wear her face. It's too horrible to accept. As my hands curl into trembling fists, my nails dig deep. Half-moon gouges into my palms. The anger cracking through my bones is ridiculous as it is unbearable. My emotions are useless and fervid. Like a bonfire caught under a downpour. The throbbing ache behind my eyes feels increasingly hollow. Ophelia is dead then. She lived on only in my thoughts because that thing murdered her and took her place. I feel like the biggest fool in the lands. Am I not? I spent so long feeling sorry for myself, so long missing her and crying like a child. All this time, she was never even alive to know it. What did she ever do to deserve such a fate? Why her? Lucius gives me a long, pained look. We both know the reason. Neither of us wish to voice it out loud, as if the senseless tragedy caused by self-serving which could hurt less this way. I belt out a bitter, mirthless laugh, pressing my palms against my eyes. To think that I'll never see her again. Not the real her, I correct myself quietly. Vicar, look at me. Lucius sets the portrait down, shifting to kneel before me and catch my gaze, but I can't even meet him halfway. My vision is swimming pitch black at the edges as I glare at the portrait with newfound hatred. It stares back with those dead eyes, dark and domineering. This wretched woman, this witch stole Ophelia from me. She stole the throne from her own son, and if she isn't stopped, she'll go on to steal the future of countless more girls. But what can I possibly do to stop her now? This humiliating powerlessness makes me realize why Lucius tore the drawing to shreds. I'm tempted to seize it and launch it right into the fireplace myself. I could have helped her escape if I had known the truth sooner. Is there anything I could have done to save Ophelia? Does anyone know how much evil this woman has inflicted on her own kingdom aside from the vampire prince she'd forsaken? Lucius gingerly takes my hand in his own. I'm too numb to reciprocate. The artist took great pains to draw attention to her loathsome face. Did Gillian know how vile of a beast he'd captured on parchment when he rendered her likeness? He knew she was my mother, and that she was the one who banished me, but he never learned the full context. Bro. You're the only one I've trusted enough to. He trails off, perhaps second-guessing his decision to confide in me. Part of me wants to smile for him, even though it will waver, to soothe him, even though my voice will crack. But I'm still unable to tear my eyes from the portrait. The delicate lace trim on the dress, the gemstone of the queen's crown have been smudged, but her pendant was carefully carved into parchment with dark, determined lines. I squint harder. How hadn't I noticed it before? Keepsake. Oh! Okay. Ooh. Keepsake. What? The symbol. Lucius, what is the meaning of this symbol? I reach for the portrait, then I think better of it, and I flip open my songwriting journal for him. There on the page, beneath the leather-bound cover in red ink design that matches its charcoal counterpart, the bejeweled pendant encircled by a knotted half-wreath of thorns. Lucius lurches as if he means to stand, but bends back down to study my journal with increasing agitation. It can't be. His eyes are wide and darting as he looks at me, caught somewhere between pleading and thoroughly rattled. Vikra, can I take a closer look? My throat clenches tight, instinctive apprehension. I've never allowed anyone to look at my journal. Touching it has been completely out of the question. But I need to know the truth. I want to trust Lucian to help me find it. All these years of keeping the journal safe, keeping myself safe, I wonder if I've been waiting for the reckoning of this very moment. With wordless reluctance, I place the book in his waiting hands. Lucius immediately stands, pacing, holding with uneasy reverence. He turns its page more hastily by the second. Why do you have this? How long? You've written all over the damn thing. Well, it's a journal. Of course you've written all over the damn thing. He tangles his fingers through his hairline, leaving frayed frazzle strands in his wake. As he flips back to the inside cover, Lucius faces me with a mystified scowl. The symbol. It's a symbol of her pact. The deal the queen made when she sacrificed part of her soul to augment her magical prowess to make this. Her infernal grimoire. She's been carrying around this goddamn thing. Are you kidding me? But the cover is different. Why is the cover different? What happened to it? And you took it everywhere. Through mud, prison cells, and tavern brawls? Gods in heaven, you had it with you when you performed before my mother. She had this bitch's grimoire on her the entire fucking time. Slow the fuck down. How can it be the same grimoire? It was completely blank other than Ophelia's note to keep it safe. Or keep myself safe. I was never quite sure which. Lucius humors me by re-examining the inside cover of the book. After a moment, he scoffs out loud, then begins to laugh, deflating beside me on the velvet chaise. He laughs and laughs, his sagging shoulders quaking with a bone-weary hysteria. The fates are terribly fickle, aren't they? You weren't wrong about her after all. Your Ophelia was as sharp as a knife, and it seems she did her part in changing Illuvia's future. She did. Lucius taps the books a few times against his palm, as if he's reluctant to part with it. Still, he doesn't take longer than a heartbeat to hand it to me. This is all you have to remember her by, isn't that right? You should hang on to the book. You've been marvelous at caring for it thus far. There's no reason to stop now. There's a small, confused pang in my chest as I accept it from him. I leaf through the pages, marveling at what secrets I must hold. First, she steals food from an orphanage. Then she steals a grimoire from a witch queen, and it sounds par for the course, wouldn't you say? Mother must have been furious. I linger on the inside cover one more time. Keep safe. As I bore down on those benign little words, Lucius drags his forefinger across the inside seam. You see this? The thread is exposed and loose here. Its color doesn't match the rest of the book. Ophelia must have waited for the queen to leave the grimoire unattended, much like I did. She replaced its cover to hide her swapping ruse for as long as possible. Even if the queen sent her entire army to search for the grimoire, they would not know what to look for. They would not know its new appearance. Be that as it may, why in heaven would Ophelia go through the trouble of stealing it and sending it to me? If she discovered the queen's scheme, why didn't she flee the palace to save herself? You knew her much better than I ever will, Vikra, but let's say she did successfully escape, despite the queen's best efforts to hunt her down and detain her. What do you think would happen afterwards? Your mother is relentless, isn't she? If so, she would have found another girl, someone else, who would have suffered in Ophelia's place. Would your Ophelia have allowed that to transpire? Another pang ripples through my chest as a choke noise escapes my part as I part my lips to speak. Lucius reaches out once more to hold my hand, grounding me with a sympathetic grip. A faint thought crosses my mind like a whisper, that he of all people knows what it's like to lose someone he loved. I unfurl my fingers enough to gently squeeze back. Ophelia liked to inconvenience others sometimes, but she never wanted to cause any actual harm. She would have done everything in her power to avoid it. I suspected as much. Beneath her veneer of being cunning little scoundrel, I believe you said she was kind. Perhaps this prompted her to send the grimoire to the only orphan in Alluvia who both despised Nightingale Gardens and was fiercely protective of her belongings. So protective, in fact, that she refused to trade her loot to a vampire in exchange for her freedom. I think Ophelia trusted that you would resist those in power. My lip quivered. I looked away from him in haste and mercifully, he no longer pleads with me to make eye contact. All these years of carrying around this wretched book, carrying out the command of those two hastily scrawled words, it was rarely gratifying, but it always felt so stupidly important. But now Lucius is telling me that maybe, just maybe, it wasn't as stupid as I thought. I don't know if his speculations are true, but his logic has a sense of significance and faith. I have to admit it's appealing to hear. If the reality of what happened aligns with what he believes, there's a reason she didn't destroy it, isn't there? The grimoire, I mean. You don't know? How would I know such a thing? I'm not the witch's research assistant. My tone is snappier than I intended. Forgive me. Magic was not uncommon, but I thought precautions against magic were fairly rudimentary. I truly meant no offense. I forgive you. I'm sorry, too. I meant to tease you, but it did not land. His lips quirked into a half-hearted grin. Our banter is short-lived to slip into normalcy. You can tell I'm still hurting. Destroying the grimoire releases the power contained within. The queen's soul will be restored, and she will be free to create a second grimoire. Ugh, no. When I was mortal, we refrained from destroying books for this very reason. One never knows if an infernal pact is sealed in its passages. Keeping grimoires far away from their wielders is the best way to cut down their power, and you, Vikra, you performed that task splendidly. Ophelia would be so proud of you. I exhale sharp, shuddering breath that grazes the inside of my chest with a wreath of thorns. This is my cue to break down into impassioned sobbing. I think, mourning every memory and lost moment I failed to treasure when Ophelia was alive. Although I picture myself in that state of breaking beautifully, my tear ducts remain relentlessly, shamefully dry, and my mind as once more abuzz with growing noise. Can we use this, Lucius? The grimoire. Is there anything here that can restore my friend? He does not look away. He meets my wavering gaze with a steely resolve. Queen Hildegard was interested only in prolonging her life, not cheating death. She never worked on such spells, to my knowledge, and myself only studied in passing. Last I heard, necromancy is ghastly, unrewardingly art form. You can restore one's body, but the spirit, once departed, is lost for good. I see. I suppose Ophelia wouldn't want to come back anyway, not if it meant losing an integral part of who she was. That's what I need to tell myself when I want to move on. What would be the point of reanimating a corpse if it didn't have her in it? My own way, I've already mourned her. She left the orphanage. Perhaps some part of me never stopped. Still, it's crushing to accept that this loss is a permanent one. Lucius watches me for a while, shoulders slumped. Vicar, if I may offer a rather more selfish suggestion, there are other spells we may use to our benefit. Lucius hesitates before carefully correcting himself. To my benefit. Even now he's exercising restraint, folding his arms against his chest with humility when he's embraced me with such passion not so long ago. It reminds me of how he kept his distance at the start of my stay. In an alarming deduction, I realize he's holding himself back out of consideration for me. Both then and now, he wanted me to feel safe enough to say no. I was afraid he would hurt me when I first met him. My bias, formed by the outside world, ensured I would fear him when I met him. I was so afraid that he would hurt me that I felt little desire to understand him. Yet now that I know him, I'm beginning to suspect my feelings for him border on violent adoration. There is no better antidote for fear than that. My heart remains heavy. I expect it will remain so for some time, but somehow, at the same time, it is full to bursting, and I lean close to him. I can feel his lashes against my brow as our foreheads softly meet. Vikra, my feelings towards you are unchanged, Lucius. I care for you still. Thank you for sharing everything with me. I can't imagine how hard it must have been to make that decision. Why do you look surprised? I was never upset with you. You know, you weren't the one who killed all those girls. You did not kill Ophelia. But He trails off when I wrinkle my nose at him, possibly because he knows how viciously I would argue with him if he tries to list any self-accusatory crimes. You have a unique talent of making me reconsider what I'm about to say. You even render me speechless. Ha, sounds like I was right. Allow me to settle with saying this. I do not wish to ask anything of you. I love you, but I know you will need time to grieve. I will. I'll have plenty of time to do so after you tell me how we can use this grimoire to your benefit. Very well. If I remember correctly, the grimoire contains the spell that was used to bind me to the coffin. Is that so? So you can benefit from a binding me to keep you company as a cursed coffin companion? My voice is a bit less teasing than I expected, and Lucius doesn't take the hint, looking horrified. No, don't be foolish. Absolutely not. I would never wish such a fate on you. I'm saying that I may be able to break the curse if I can study how it works. You can do that. I believe so. I have no talent for devising my own spells, but reversing one is far simpler than casting one. Lucius, that would be incredible. That means no more claustrophobic night terrors, no more pained grimaces. What else? My thoughts race and tangle with possibilities, but they all arrive to a single resounding conclusion. Lucius, you'd be able to leave the estate, wouldn't you? We could leave together. The tunnels will be a daunting venture, but yes, if this works, I would no longer be bound to the estate. I could accompany you, if you would still have me. Of course. I pause for a moment, collecting my thoughts, my grip firm on the journal. What about... I gesture at him, uncertain. With a small, pained smile, he shakes his head. No, even my mother couldn't reverse it. And as strange as it may sound, I don't think I would wish to not be a vampire anymore. It's been part of who I am for so long. If I lost this, I'm afraid I wouldn't know how to be myself anymore. I gently put my hand on his to squeeze it. I understand, and I love you the way you are. Sorry for asking. No need to apologize. Your curiosity was legitimate, and I know you meant well. Even so, This time, he is the one stopping me from saying nonsense by pressing his lips against mine. Overwhelmed by a lot of conflicting emotions, I close my eyes to deepen the kiss. Everything is still a little fuzzy in my head, the Queen Ophelia, the spell book, but at least I find comfort in being with Lucius. My hand slides through his hair, clutching it between my fingers to keep him from moving away from me. No matter what lies ahead, at least we will be together. Breaking the spell was no small task. I wasn't much help, and Lucius's memory was distant and fragmented, but with time and patience we managed to decipher all the spells in the book until we found the right one. Part of me was unwilling to trust anything from the cursed grimoire, but I could sense how eager Lucius was to attempt it. Despite my reservations, I couldn't keep him waiting. Every night his cries reminded me of what was at stake. Whatever happened could not be worse than what he was already enduring. My fears were baseless. After an exhausting ceremony that required far too much blood for my liking, Lucius was released. His curse lifted, his coffin burst into flames, leaving only a pile of ash behind as a reminder of his long suffering. Although he knew that nothing kept him from his old prison anymore, it took him several days to attempt walking through the tunnel. The water still distressed him. Only my presence at his side gave him the strength to venture under the moat. Hand in hand, with both of us now free to travel, I took him to the neighboring kingdom. It was my greatest joy to show him the most astonishing wonders I'd seen, and the vast landscapes that he'd been missing for so many years. I got the happily ever after achievement. Yay! I wasn't afraid when Lucius punctured my flesh and drank deeply from me. I knew what I wanted, and I wouldn't be denied. I would have eternity by his side, even if it cost me the sun itself. My transformation was a gradual one. My skin slowly turned much paler than his, just as my beat grew fainter and my hunger grew stronger. My fangs were by far the most uncomfortable change, and I wept as they pushed and strained through my gums. However, after they had fully grown out, I found them quite fetching. Living at night did not trouble me. After all, night was the time when bards shone the brightest. No, the hardest trial of all was dealing with the bloodlust that had taken hold of me. In spite of my strength of character, it was agony to resist it. Every time I came across a human being, I could feel their heart beating, and I could barely keep myself in check. Fortunately, Lucius was by my side through it all, taking care of me patiently, firmly. He kept me from doing something I would forever regret. And when the bloodlust grew too strong, he accompanied me to a deserted forest, and we lived there for several months away from temptation. Every time he held me in his arms, whispering soothing words, I couldn't help my flowing tears, but I wasn't sobbing on my own account. Every time, I could only think that he had endured it all himself alone. It was then, during those days, away from civilization, that I swore to myself I would never leave him alone anymore. Eternity was much too frightening to face on one's own. In time, I managed to get the other part of me under control, and we were able to resume our travels. Each journey took us to places more remote and dangerous. We never started fights ourselves, but few pirates and bandits paid the price of underestimating us. Nothing could stand in our way, except the sun. But I cherished every moment of daytime that I spent at Lucius's side in quiet and at dark places. Our bliss was complete, except for the times that the news of Queen Hildegard reached us. Every time we heard her name, shivers took over my body. In those moments, desire of revenge obscured everything we planned and we plotted. With my newfound power, I felt invincible. Between the two of us, we could surely defeat a witch deprived of her magical grimoire. And yet the risk of defeat still existed, so every time I ended up changing my mind. For one, I was not ready to look at this usurper in Ophelia's body. But most importantly, I knew that this was not what Ophelia would have wanted. She would have wanted me to enjoy every moment of this life that Lucius and I had earned, and she would be heartbroken to see it consumed by rage. I would not let it come to that. No, our life would be consumed by love instead, a powerful love, a worthy of my most beautiful ballads, a love deep and true, an eternal love. Okay. So that's only one of the ends. I actually loved this game. This is a very cute game. And I kind of wish I had played it sooner. This has been sitting in my library for a few years now. And it is completely free on Steam. So, I mean, if anyone wants to try for a different end, go for it. I might play through it again. Probably not on stream, just because of how long it is. This is, I mean, it does. There's actually quite a few achievements. Like, you can, if you put profanity as your name, you get a fuck off achievement for basically cussing out the vampire. It's kind of funny. I was scrolling through them before I started. Watch her. Don't skip the credits. I didn't want to. This is another game that they have. I'll have to look it up. I kind of want to play it. But, honestly, I had fun, and thank you for sticking around to the end with me. I know plenty of people probably, like, popped in, got bored, and was like, this is kind of a boring stream. Brr. But, thank you for sticking with me to the end. This is actually my first, like, 5-hour stream. Like, Jesus. I didn't think I was gonna be streaming this long, but yeah, it was fun. I had fun doing it. For now, though, I'm gonna go and decompress from this, because it was fun. It was a lot of fun. It was super fun. I'll probably be streaming again on Sunday. I do not know for sure yet. But, I mean, I don't know. I'm still trying to get good at the ending my streams bit. But it is getting late, so I will sign off for the night. Everyone else, have a good rest of your night. Sleep well, and, well, I mean, you can also dream of sexy romance vampires. I don't know. Take your pick. whatever floats your boat, I guess. I'm totally not going to go cry about how this ended and about how cute it was. For now,